Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Tonight, my name is Dave Scott. We're getting into UFOs, disclosure, time travel. Dr. Michael P. Masters from Montana Tech is here tonight, and he is putting on a facial hair extraordinaire look tonight with his beard and mustache combination. It looks beautiful. You guys will be ready for it. Enzo, you're going to be just licking your chops over this one. I'm telling you. Dirty Filth is here as well, as he's going to provide a great cartoon for us tonight. And all of you are here as well. Let's start off with Nightmare in the gold medal position. We got Race Fan taking home the silver. And in the bronze medal tonight, Penny Van standing strong. Here we go. Everybody else, let's see where we are on the big list. Enki, how you doing, man? Gong Show, good to see you. Michael Morris, Brown Dwarf, and Paramarv. Nice to have you all here. Hi, Lisa C. and Roy Boy. Samantha Hazelwood Gray, thank you for joining us. Area 51, how are you, buddy? D. Cohen and Kurt M., nice to see you. Jessica S. Robert Lamoth and Kathy Evans, nice to have you here. Human Carl is here, a great veteran of the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service, Human Carl. We love our veterans around here. Grandizer, JSCO, nice to see you both. As we continue on with roll call, Dirt Road is here. Dirt Road will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Reminder, she does not like eye contact. Hi, Kim Stanley and Luscious Jules. Good to see you. And who else do we have here? Pixie Lara and Deb from SAC. Nice to see you. W. David Page, Mountain Mystic. Good to have you both here as we continue on with our roll call tonight. And let's see here. Where are we? Oh, he's number 31 in your program, number 1 in your heart, starting in goal tonight from Stockholm, Sweden, Lars Jansson. Lars Jansson. From Australia, Steam Train Mark, thank you for letting me know I am alive tomorrow. Good to know I made it another day. Millennium and Jim Christie. Travis DeLuca, good to have you all here. And who else do we have? Let's see. Cannoli Theory is here. Cannoli Theory will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the right of the studio. To the right of the studio. We have a blob sighting, everyone. It's a blob sighting right on Dirty Filth's desk. Right there, right off the bat. You know that cartoon is going to be great when Blob gets on the paperwork, just like that. All right, who else is here? Sandy B, Vash the Impaler, and B. Nice to have you all here. Hi, Cosmo Fang. And Pam Harris, thank you for joining us. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Crystal J, nice to see you. And Jason, thanks for coming on in. Hi, Derek Ming and Love V Love. Enzo, good to have you here, buddy. Hi, Esmeralda. Let's get the radio side started. So that way we can let in Bill WD40 so he can lube us up for tonight's show. Cryptid 559, or how are you? Richard Elmore, good to see you. Monica, Gregory 777, Timothman, Doubleday Clemens, Alex Vachon, welcome to SOR Chat. And Jessica McCreary, thank you for coming. And Esmeralda once again. Jorgen Johansson will be starting at left wing tonight, wearing Marcus Naslin's old number 19. Yeah, he's from Luleå, Sweden. M. Coons, it's been a while. Vidman, thanks for coming on in. And yeah, we're getting close. Hey, Bill WD40 over on Spreaker. How you doing? Jen A, nice to see you. Hi, gorgeous Larry. And Marty Burback, good to have you here. Who else do we got? We're running out of time. We are running out of time. Penman, Super Duke. Good to see you. Midnight Sasquatchers, thanks for coming on in. And I think we are caught up. Hi, Justin Chapker. Your hair looks fantastic tonight, by the way. Super Chat is open. Read the ticker below. We want you all in Vegas. Let's do this thing. Horns up. Let's rock this show. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. A power show of knowledge tonight. Dr. Michael P. Masters is going to talk UFOs, disclosure, everything going on in the weird world that we live in. Then in hour number 3, Swamp Dweller is going to be here for another spooky story. Then our resident Timbit, little Timmy Senor, joins us for the UFO Report. Time to get to it. Dr. Michael P. Masters is a professor of biological anthropology at Montana Tech University in Butte, Montana. He received a Ph.D. in anthropology from The Ohio State University back in 2009, where he specialized in hominin evolutionary anatomy, archaeology, and biomedicine. Over the years, Dr. Masters has developed a broad academic background, which began studying physics and astronomy at Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, with further undergraduate and graduate coursework in astrobiology, statistics, astronomy, and physics. And now he's into the woo. Yeah, he likes UFOs. He likes time travel, trying to figure out what aliens really are. We're going to get into it all with him tonight as Dr. Michael Masters returns to Spaced Out Radio. Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. How you doing?
Likewise, always great to be here. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
You have really come at this whole UFO thing from a different side with your extraterrestrials or something along those lines. One of those big words that you university guys use. You know, see, us small-time broadcast people, we can't pronounce anything over 4 syllables. You know what I'm saying? It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it's just over 4, I guess. Extraterrestrials, how I've been saying that, but yeah, no, you're not the only one. It's kind of come on a little bit harder than I thought it would, especially considering it's just a derivation of the word extraterrestrial, which everybody is aware of and kind of rolls off the tongue. But honestly, give it some time and maybe it'll be right there with it. Who knows?
For you, for our audience who may not be familiar, how did you get started in looking at the future of humanity and how it may tie to what we're seeing today with all of the UFO talk?
Well, it's kind of been a lifelong pursuit. It started when I was little, and I heard my father talking about a UFO encounter that he had, and that sort of cracked the nut or the eggshell. I'm really bad at idioms, as it turns out, but whatever the thing is that gets cracked and then oozes all over is what happened. But I didn't know that was even a real thing. at that time. And it was sort of interesting to hear somebody telling this story about an encounter they had as a real phenomenon. And that obviously piqued my interest. And then he got Whitley Strieber's book Communion. And I looked up at the cover one day and sort of had this image of a early hominin, modern human, and then this archetypal gray alien pop in my head. And with that came some questions about their origins, whether they could be us from the future. And that sort of piqued a lifelong curiosity that continues to this day, shaped a lot of my coursework as an undergraduate and graduate student, and even a lot of my research, specifically what I look at with craniofacial anatomy, evolutionary changes in hominins throughout the last 6 to 8 million years. And it's kind of come full circle by trying to put it all together in a multidisciplinary capacity in the context of physics, astronomy, astrobiology, and more recently, philosophy, psychology. I think it's going to take the combined effort of a number of different individuals working across disciplines and also with others in the UFO community, industry, the military, to really actually get an answer about what's going on.
When we first interviewed you a couple of years ago, you were just getting started in this field. You really hadn't delved into it. You kind of wrote your book, and we kind of talked about time travel and what the future may look like, and whether or not time travelers were right now on this timeline as we speak. And since then, you've kind of gained a lot of popularity with your fantastic wisdom and your good looks as well. I will say that.
Well, I mean, since I got the Dave Scott beard going now, anyway.
That's true.
Before then, I was just a naked face, nothing kind of guy. But the beard imparts wisdom,
Well, I'm telling you, you take that beard off, you look no older than 17. So, I mean, what's that like? What's that like, man? No, but seriously, your name has grown exponentially. You've now spoken at UFO conferences. You have kind of, pushed the boundaries of what your first book was all about. I mean, how do you feel now, a couple of years later, being a part of this UFO movement and people looking at you for answers?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one I reflect on a lot. Not as like me personally, but the whole movement. I think that's a great way of putting it, because it really is a movement, a ball of snow that's rolling down the hill and gathering momentum and gathering extra snowflakes, i.e., people and researchers too. I actually just wrote a paper, an article for the MUFON journal that I think comes out in March in a couple months, sort of describing what the process has been like for me from an academic standpoint, entering the fray at a time when, it really wasn't something that was talked about a lot. I started writing this book in 2012 and was scared to death about what the reception would be among my academic colleagues, my institutional colleagues, my administration, obviously. So I waited till I had the protections of a tenured full professor position before I really started to engage in talking about this. And hopefully that changes. Hopefully we can have early career scientists start to really get into this now that it's real. It wasn't real in 2012 when I started doing this. The 2017 New York Times article helped a lot, and everything that sort of steamrolled from that. So I just wanted to share like some of the things that have been positive. For instance, when this book started to get some international attention, the dean and the then chancellor of my entire university shook my hand after seeing a Fox News article and said, "Hey, it's great. No sense of shame or indignation about what it was about." Obviously, they knew it was about UFOs. They read the damn article. I got asked to teach an honors class the next semester. Just this last spring and in May, at the end of the semester, I got a research and scholarship award from the dean of my university. And my only research over the last year has been on UFOs. So it really, I think, signals an important change that I wanted to articulate and talk about. And obviously, it's not going to be that way everywhere. Montana Tech is one of the top science and engineering universities in the Pacific Northwest, and they've got a reputation to uphold, but they're standing behind this research. They're standing behind me and my publication record and my academic credentials and saying, this is important. Let's talk about this. And I think it's really great to see.
I think it's great to see academia really starting to take this seriously, more so than mainstream journalism, which,
Yeah,
as a journalist myself, I find extremely disappointing at the way they have handled this entire story, going
same.
back to the New York Times article. But for you, what's the reaction of your students? When you want to talk UFOs, what's the reaction for them? Do you get an eye roll? Do you get excitement?
Oh yeah, totally the latter. It's very much excitement. And even before this was a thing, even before then, it was it's funny because I've taught human biological evolution, intro to biological anthropology, intro to anthropology for almost 2 decades now. And this question would just come up. It wasn't anything I said, but people would go through the whole history of hominin evolution, the evolution of our toolkit and our physiology and morphology. And inevitably someone would say, that if we keep going like this, won't we look like aliens? And at that time, I'd always bite my tongue, even though it's something I've been working on since I was 8 years old. I didn't want to make waves, and I didn't have the protections in place that one gets with tenure. So I would just entertain the idea and say, yeah, I think, it's something to consider. It makes a lot of sense. But more recently, we have that conversation. It's out there. A lot of them know who I am before they get to class, and it's on the table. We talk about it, and we should. Everyone should. There's classes being taught now. I just gave a guest lecture in the University of Florida a couple months ago. Actually, I think it was just last month, to a class about UFOs, about the possibility of time traveling humans coming back in UFOs as the time machine, and it was very well received, and it's the same response from my students. I think, yeah, there's categories of people, there's categories of the public and across the spectrum, but throughout history, young people have been the open-minded ones, and they come into college and they want to have conversations like that. So I think it's a great place to do it. It doesn't dominate the conversation. It's very rare that it comes up, but when it does, we talk about it, and we should, and everybody should.
No, I totally agree with you. And what role do you think academia right now has as we see this futurism of UFOs and the the fact that we're going to be moving forward with this new reality? What role at this beginning stages does academia have, considering there are still a lot of people in your position at universities, not only in the United States, but around the world, who still look at this as an extremely science fiction fringe topic that shouldn't have money wasted on it?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have that no matter what. You could have a UFO pop down in their front yard, given an anal probe in front of all their neighbors, and they still wouldn't believe it happened, and all their neighbors would probably tell them it did, and they still wouldn't believe it. It doesn't matter with some people. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson's never going to come around. He's too invested in the dogma of disbelief. He's a scientific UFO nihilist, essentially. And it's really sad to see because people turn to him as a cultural icon. And I have deep respect for Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've read his work, I've followed him since I was probably in high school. But it's sad when that happens. We shouldn't be looking to these people for answers. We should be looking to people who will actually give an answer, not just say over and over, well, they're unidentified, so we don't know what they are. That gets us nowhere. That doesn't help anybody to just say, well, we don't know. The whole point of science is to figure out the things we don't know. So I think we just look past those people. We pat them on the head and say, all right, you'll catch up in about 10 or 15 years. But until then, we just ignore them. They add nothing to the conversation. We need skeptical people. We need skeptical, open-minded people. We don't need nihilistic science denier skeptics who just turn a blind eye to everything and say, well, there's no point in talking about this. That's not how science works. That's not what science is. And I don't think they should have a seat at the table.
All right. So, from an educational standpoint, the one thing that I have noticed through let's say the last 2 years, is a real push towards this narrative that really supports the U.S. government coming together and disclosing what they allegedly know And you know what? We've caught them playing stupid. We've caught NASA acting very odd towards this topic and not even admitting what's in their own closet. You know, the alphabet agencies seem to want to still shove this back where it belongs, underneath the shag carpet of their 1970s offices in the Pentagon. I mean, we see all it happening, but we also see a lot of academics starting to get into those government positions and have government talks, like Avi Loeb from Harvard and his group, the Galileo group. So education wise, how do you draw the line between going for this subject and trying to disclose what you know, what we've learned from an academic level, comparatively to what the government is trying to withhold from us?
Yeah, that's a great question. I honestly, not to I don't know, not to take the easy way out. I don't think it's the easy way out so much as I think it's what's actually happening. Yeah, theoretically, we should have scientists that are saying, "Oh, here's a big question. Let's go investigate that." That hasn't really been happening very much. Theoretically, now that the government pretends to be acknowledging the reality of this phenomenon, they should be telling us what it is. That's also not happening. I don't see either one of those players as being important, really. It all seems like a dog and pony show to me, to be honest. I think as far as the actual boots on the ground scientific research, that is important. But as far as the academy as a whole, what do scientists say? Let's get this team of scientists who have never looked at this in their lives, who are thrown together in these panels or these scientific committees who are supposed to figure it all out. Like, that's completely pointless. Talk to people who do know what's going on. Talk to people who have had interactions or who have held classified positions that still probably aren't able to divulge anything. So I honestly don't pay much attention to any of it. I haven't watched any of the hearings. I will look on Twitter the day after and see that all of my preconceived notions are confirmed. That was all nonsense and nothing was actually solved and nothing was revealed. So as far as that aspect of academia, I'd give it no credence whatsoever. But there are people doing things that I think do help drive the conversation forward and do help us answer some questions, and that should be obviously commended. And there's been a long history of people like that. J. Allen Hynek, Jacques Vallée, Michael D. Swords, um, Dean Radin, Jeff Krapel. There's so many people that have contributed in different ways to trying to push our understanding of UFOs, the paranormal, near-death experiences, all these things that we're not allowed to talk about. Those are the people that should be talking, in my opinion, and not some cockamamie academic group that's paraded around to try to answer all the questions or get everything that NASA's been hiding for 60 or 70 years. I think that's completely pointless. But where I'm going with this very long-winded rant is that I think from everything I've researched, especially over the last 2 years, and writing my most recent book, is that it's not up to them anyway. It's that they're sort of just holding place or creating knowledge, a knowledge base that other people can sort of wrap their heads around, because that's all we have. We don't have the visitors saying, this is us, this is who we are, where we come from, when we come from. That's not happening yet. We have to build a platform. And I think that's what they're doing, is building sort of a cultural platform that at least who's paying attention can get on board, sit on top of it, and then have a jumping off point for what is eventually revealed by the ones that are in charge. It's not them. They're not in charge. They have been watching this for 70 plus years, but they're not the ones deciding when humanity gets to know about it. It's up to them.
In your opinion, is this a phenomena?
It's called that a lot. So in some respects, yeah, I guess it has to be. Are you asking for like the etymology of the word phenomena? Because
I'm asking
I'd
for
have
the
to Google that.
the beardology of phenomena.
The beardology says yes, because the beard tells me to use that word a lot in the context of UFOs, because that's just how we talk about it. But
Absolutely.
I don't know. Let me do a quick Google search and see if I agree
Well,
with
I
my
guess
last
I guess
answer.
where I'm going with that is the word phenomena can tend to mean a lot of things. It could mean that it's bigger than what it is or smaller than what it is. It's really in how engaged we want to try and make things and
Yeah,
define
I
it,
mean, the
right?
first definition that came up, a fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. Yeah, I think that's the perfect definition for what's happening here. And not, again, not just with UFOs, but a lot of paranormal activity that has been easily dismissed for generations. There's sort of an ebb and flow. It's weird too. Like throughout the mid to late 1800s, there was a great interest in this. I remember when I was a kid, they'd have those commercials for like Time magazine or something. Like, is your hand burning? That means your aunt just burned her hand on the stove in Wichita or something. Like there was an actual genuine interest in that when I was a kid. And I always thought that was kind of cool. I remember being interested in that stuff. I didn't have any idea what they were talking about, but like those kinds of questions, maybe it was just the music they played in the background, but yeah, no, I definitely think it falls in the category of something as a cause or explanation that is in question.
With 2.5 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour, Dr. Michael Masters is our guest tonight from Montana Tech. Do you look at this, when you see other universities getting on board? We see the work that Gary Nolan, who will be our guest tomorrow night, we see what he's doing at Stanford. We, hear reports about, the tests that are going on at Rice University regarding experiencers. We know what Avi Loeb has been up to ever since Oumuamua decided to, open up their hatch and wave hello, back in 2017. Do we see more academics or universities making this a critical part of the scientific study?
With 2 minutes left, I would say yes and no. It's those places that have always kind of been involved. There was the Stanford Research Institute at Stanford. John Mack was at Harvard. Jeff Kripal's been doing cool stuff at Rice for decades. So I think it's the same places where you have established people who have done things to establish that place, but they also still have credentials on their own. They're respectable institutions of higher education. And I think it'll keep happening more. I don't see it happening at the speed I would like, and I think most people would like. But again, how do you just jump into this? A lot of these people have had experiences, they've had an interest in this for so long, they can come from a place that gives them a head start. For people that are just like, wow, this is a crazy thing, and I really want to learn more about it, they're starting from scratch, and I think it's going to take time to catch up.
Well, being a leader in that field, do you get a lot of university professors calling you up like you just spoke at Florida State? We got about 45 seconds. Do you get other universities calling you up saying, hey, what is this all about? What are you doing?
To some extent, yeah. I mean, it's piecemeal. It's here and there. It's reporters, it's professors, it's ex-CIA. It's a little bit of everybody. People who've had experiences, doctors, physicists. I think it's gonna amalgamate, and we're just gonna drive it all together and boost it up. But it seems to be a pretty slow process from what I can tell, at least so far. Maybe that'll change soon.
All right. Right from there, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. Dr. Michael P. Masters, anthropologist from Montana Tech. Yeah, I'm not going to bug him about his university this time because he did go to the Ohio State. Love
Yeah, we
it.
can circle back to that if we need to, because I do like explaining things. We don't have to.
Well, we'll get into it. And his football picks for this weekend as well. Talking time travel, talking UFOs, talking disclosure. Dr. Michael P. Masters here tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We'll be back right after this. It was a good start.
Yeah,
Good
definitely.
solid start.
Are we
like that.
still?
We're still
people
live on
still
YouTube.
See us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna wear a hat tonight, and then my wife's like, "Do people wear hats in interviews?" And I was like, No, I guess I've never seen that. So I apologize for the crazy air, but
Well, it's nothing a little Brill cream can't cure.
what the hell's Brill cream?
Didn't your grandfather use Brill cream?
No,
God, my grandfather did. It's the first hair gel. It's like putting 5W30 in your hands and then rubbing it in your hair.
And then they'd comb it down and make it real slick. Yeah, I guess my grandpappy did too. Oh, that's funny. I've never called him my grandpappy in real life until just now.
There you go.
Been watching some hockey, have you, Dave?
I've been watching the mess at the Vancouver Canucks, that's for sure.
Not so good this year.
No, it's terrible. They just fired their coach and brought in another coach, and not a fan.
It's going to be a rebuilding year, huh?
Yeah, but the problem with the NHL draft now is Gary Bettman screwed it up so bad after the Edmonton Oilers got Connor McDavid 8 years ago that you can't even tank anymore to get a good player. You can't. That sucks because part of the fun when it gets to this time of year is trade away a bunch of guys and then tank to get the number one pick, right?
Yeah, that's how it is in football.
Yeah, I mean, not in Gary's world. Gary's an idiot. You heard me, Gary. May the aliens come and take you.
That could be a good thing, though. I mean, if they do come and take them, maybe they'll instill some better franchise logistical skills in them.
Yeah,
they seem to be smarter than us, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can smarten up the NHL and bring hockey back to instead of that soccer on ice crap we see today.
Those were some great memes, though, during the World Cup. Did you see any of those?
Oh, those
the
are
best
beautiful.
One. Yeah, it was like I figured out how to fix soccer. You cut it from 11 players to 9 instead of 2 periods. There's 3. You shrink the field down, make the goal smaller, goalie bigger, cover everything in ice.
That's right.
Does
your school have a hockey team?
We have a hockey club team, and they're pretty damn good. Everybody up here in Montana is good. They grow up playing all year round. We have 6 different ice rinks here in Butte, where I live. It's only a town of 35,000 people, but there's rinks everywhere. The city keeps them up, and people go out there and set up their nets and throw down.
Outdoor or indoor?
Yeah, outdoor. Well, we have a really big indoor arena too, and we have a city team.
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't know what you call it, like amateur, semi-pro.
Junior A.
It's junior A, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the other ones are just maintained by the city, and kids can go out there and use them. So you got a good avenue for doing it if you want to.
I almost, a number of years ago, going back to you got the Butte Cobras.
Yeah, that's them actually.
Junior A
Butte
team.
Cobras.
What's funny is back in, I think it was 1995, 96. Was it then? No, it was after I came back from the island. So about 2000, 2001, it came down to myself and Pat LaFontaine's brother to coach the Bozabon Ice Dogs for the head coaching position.
Interesting.
Yeah. Then I ended up accepting there was a fledgling junior league in Florida called forget what it was called, but there was a team right in Cape Canaveral called the Space Coast Blast, and I got recruited and I got hired as their head coach.
Oh, nice.
And 3 weeks before I was supposed to head down there, they shut the entire league down because 3 out of the 8 teams dropped out.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So yeah, they were getting my green card and everything, man, and putting me up in a place to live, and all my travel expenses would have been covered. I had a good deal on paper.
That sounds like an awesome gig. Teaching hockey in Florida. I mean, come on, you get the best of both worlds. Get the cold ice and some deep sea fishing.
Yeah,
It sounds like a good gig. I'm sorry that happened.
It wasn't meant to be, right?
Yeah,
Hold
true.
one second here. Thank you to T2E and Deb for the super chats tonight. Very much appreciate your love and support. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do. And of course, let's see you all in Vegas. We're going to get emails out to you very soon. Check the ticker. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I really do appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Dr. Michael P. Masters is here from Montana Tech, and we are talking about UFOs disclosure. And Mike, thank you so much for being here, my friend. It's always good to be with you.
Yeah, in fact, I've got a bone to pick. I'm sorry. But the last few times I've been on, you've introduced me as friend of the show. We still friends, Dave? Yeah. You didn't this time.
Let me redo that. Welcome.
Can you edit it? Can you edit it in like to the beginning?
No, I'll just add it right now. That? Great friend of this show, Dr. Michael P. Masters, beard connoisseur.
There we go. Now we're square.
Yes, he only smokes cigars that are $100 or more.
If you're talking about Black and Milds and Swisher Sweets, like gold-plated ones, then that is absolutely true.
Very true. Very true. Very true. I'm surprised in all your hunting adventures in Montana, you haven't seen Sasquatch yet, to be honest.
Yeah, not yet. I mostly just go where the elk are. The herds of Sasquatch usually get driven away by them is all I can come up with. But you never know. I could stumble into one of their herds too. And which is interesting if you think about it. I know you and I debate this a lot and we don't have to tonight, but all primates live in big social groups. There's very few, like the orangutan is one of few examples that are solitary. So unless they're a direct descendant of some orangutan phylogeny, it really doesn't make sense why you wouldn't see big groups of them rummaging around the forest. Just putting that out there, just as a hypothetical.
Maybe they're magical.
Yeah, I have come to sort of think that lately. Maybe not magic, because that carries with it a number of other connotations. But I was at a, speaking of Rice University, they're opening the archives conference that they did in March of last year. And I was at a table with Jay King and a number of other people. I forget who exactly was telling me the story, but they were talking about someone who they've seen. All right, now we're separated by like two different people. I apologize for that. But the story is the important part, that they were walking down a road, and in the middle of this road was like this weird ball of like string. It was just like pulsating and moving, and it looked like it had legs, but then the top was just like this weird, like in the show Dark, how they would like draw this sort of energy blob down and it would form into a little sphere. And then all of a sudden it formed into like a full Sasquatch and started like moving across the road. And that description to me provided somewhat of some inkling of an ability to believe in Sasquatch, if it is some sort of interdimensional anomaly or something that just kind of dips in and out of our existence. Because that, we've talked a lot about my hangups about the social aspects, the curiosity of hominins, why we don't find their bones and stuff like that. But if it is some sort of like dipping in and out of our four-dimensional space-time presence, I might be able to get on board with that. I'm just saying, maybe we have common ground here, Dave.
Well, hey, maybe. I'm going to hook you up with our good friend Duke Sullivan out of Montana. He hosts World Bigfoot Radio, but he goes out in the forest all the time, up in the mountains up there, and he has a couple of hot spots. Maybe get you started on that.
Which part of Montana is he in?
Oh, I think he's in the chat room. Super Duke, are you in our chat room tonight? If so, let me know what part of Montana you were in.
I'm curious, because I have heard more things from up north. I'm in the Southwest, which is
he's more up north.
Yeah, it's also a really mountainous, wooded, wild area, but you don't hear much about it around here. You hear a lot about UFO encounters, but not really about Sasquatch. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what's happening down here? It's been a while since I've been on your show. There's like cats painting watercolor or something.
That is Dirty Filth right there, who is he's our resident artist, and he paints pictures during the show.
It's awesome. I love it. It's mesmerizing. And every now and then there's a cat, and I just saw the human hand, but for some reason I thought it was like an AI chatbot watercolor cat or something.
The cat's name is Blob. And Blob knows that when the camera's on, she has to perform and do her cat thing. So
cats and dogs are good about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I dig it. This is fantastic art.
That was actually whiskey earlier.
Was that whiskey earlier?
Yes, that was whiskey.
Maybe Blob just morphed into whiskey.
Okay, back to cartoons.
Yeah, Dirty Filth. That you know that's a rarity to actually have Dirty Filth come in during a show like that. He's usually quite mute during the show, but that was awesome, Dirty. Way to go!
Welcome, Dirty. I like your art, and I think Missoula was the answer to the question. So yes, that would make sense. I mean, anywhere west, north, northeast, southwest of Missoula. The Bitterroots. It's the Bitterroot Mountains.
You need to go. You need to go up there with them one day in the summer. It gives you a reason to wear camouflage in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't wear camouflage anymore because people always make jokes about how they just see a floating head, and then I got sick of those jokes, so I stopped wearing camouflage.
You cannot stop wearing camouflage.
Well, I still wear hunting, but as far as like, I had a camouflage coat that I would wear out that I got at a thrift store in high school.
Oh yeah,
and
nobody
it was
would
a
notice.
Sweet coat, and I just got sick of that joke, so I stopped wearing it.
I can understand that. Up here, doesn't matter what you are, whether you're driving a vehicle. Somebody up in my town actually took their Maserati. Okay, the only Maserati in town, and actually painted it camouflage. There's a camouflage Maserati riding.
That's an interesting choice. Like hand painted, or they had someone detail it and did a good job. So I'm picturing
I think it's a wrap.
Ghetto ass like.
I think it's a wrap.
Paint job. Okay. Well, that's probably it. Probably looks pretty good then.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, but it just shows you how hick town I'm in, man. When somebody takes a Maserati and I know the guy too. He actually owns one of the local restaurants. Really good food. But
he must be doing all right if he's got a Maserati.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he's one of them Vancouver transplants. Vancouver transplants, they come up here and they do things different. They want street lights.
Street
yeah,
lights.
It's terrible.
Those barbarians.
I know. You move into our town, man. You don't know. I'm like you. Okay, live in the wilderness like you. Like you have to look out your front door before you actually step on out. You know, because you never know.
Big time. We had
don't understand
3 bears this year. A moose that lives here all the time. We've talked about that before, but he'll just be chilling out, like at the bottom of my steps. Had an elk on our porch one day. Like, yeah, you don't just walk out the door. You gotta look around first.
Oh yeah, I have like 8 big trees, like 70-foot trees in my front yard.
Oh, nice.
And one of these days, I know there's going to be a cat up there.
Yeah, I know there's going to be. I worry about the most, but that's why we have a bunch of dogs around, just peeing and pooping everywhere. What are FCC rules? Can I say piss and shit, or is it peeing? Oh, no. Sorry.
No.
Actually, should have let you answer before I said that.
That's okay. That's okay. I think I blocked it.
All right. Awesome.
Yes.
But yeah, if you have like dogs kind of spraying the area, I think that would I don't know. I'm hopeful. But anyway,
yeah.
let's get back
You
on
hope.
track here.
UFOs.
What kind of show are you running, man? Just talking
man,
about wild animals and stuff on you.
Yeah, well, let's get into UFOs here because I want to ask you just point blank because a lot of people within the academic community are being asked to join different groups now, whether it's Galileo, whether it's the new Enigma or anything. Have you been offered?
Yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, I have a lot of conversations with people, but it's kind of like at my university. There came a point where they would ask me to be on all kinds of committees and like all these hiring committees and research committees and I just started saying no because I didn't have the time and I wanted to focus on research and writing and teaching and things like that. And so I've sort of carried that over into this sort of thing too, where if it seems like it's really important or it'll add something, I'll have a conversation, but I won't likely hop on to what's happening. Same with like TV and documentary stuff. It's just if it doesn't seem to jive with the message, or the mission that I feel that I am on to just bring awareness to another alternate theory about UFOs that arguably has been around for a while, but hasn't necessarily had someone that's championing it as an idea that needs to be paid attention to, then I'm not really going to be a part of it. I don't see a point. I'm not in it for the money. I'm not in it to be on TV. Honestly, I don't really care about any of that. I shot a scene with Harrison Ford a couple months ago, though. That was kind of fun.
What's
But
that
wasn't
about?
not UFOs. It was for that 1923 show, the prequel to Yellowstone. Well, I was in Yellowstone too. That scene where Homeboy announces the impeachment of Dutton, whatever his name is. I don't actually watch the show, but I was a senator in that. I was in the Senate chamber, and that was just fun. I just want to do that because I thought it was fun to see what a production like that looked like. But you can't even see me. I don't do it to be on TV. It's just some walking around money and a good chance to hang out with Harrison Ford, I guess. But as far as like, any of those projects, I see the value in them. If I have something I can add, I'll definitely talk to people about it. But if I don't, I'm not just going to join things for, to put my name on it or their name on my resume. I don't really care about any of that. So very long-winded question. No, short question, long-winded answer. No is the very short answer.
I like it. I like it. And I like the fact that you're remaining independent on it because, the one concern that I have with all of these new groups that are popping up, like MUFON's getting into the government game, Enigma's come out of
How so? What are they doing in the government?
They are actually just came down last week that they are trying to become the civilian reporters for the Arrow program.
What does that mean? Civilian reporters for
they want
Arrow program.
So that way they get the civilian reports, and that way they can test the civilian reports with what's going on with the military reports or the commercial airliner reports or whatever that's coming up.
I mean, that does seem kind of important though, like because you want to have some sort of mediation between what people see and what pilots see. It shouldn't just all be about what pilots see. That only gives us a tiny fraction of the information about what's going on. So isn't that good?
Agree.
Do you see that as good?
I don't like it.
Why? Why don't you like it?
Well, if you go back 50 some years ago when MUFON started, MUFON's main goal was to be the voice of the people who are having some extraordinary sightings and experiences, but were being left in a lurch looking for answers. And I think MUFON has become, there's a big difference between its board of directors and the people who are actually boots on ground doing the work.
Yeah,
the people who are boots on ground are incredible people. They are hardworking. They're passionate. and they want to try and solve this. However, the board of directors wants to play the government role, and because they want to be a part of the conversation after not really doing their own proper PR, in my opinion, for a number of years.
I think
So,
that's a valid critique. I would point out too that they got handed. Oh, it's so hard not to use swear words, Dave. I've got to edit myself.
I know.
They got handed a crappy stick when Jan Harzen got busted for pedophilia stuff. Like these people didn't expect to be in charge. They arguably could have like mixed things up, or put out a call for other leaders, or had some votes or something. But I feel like they're still trying to bounce back from that in like
Absolutely.
2019, 2020. I don't know. I think they just went through a tough time and maybe are focused on rebounding more. I don't know. That's just my knee-jerk reaction. But
I remember when that Jan Harzen incident happened, and it is allegedly happened because he still hasn't been convicted of any crime.
Allegedly, yes. I meant to add allegedly there.
Yes. So the point that I'm getting at is, a good friend of mine was on the board of directors at that time. And I called him privately and I said, I'm going to give you a freebie here for the press. I said, what you guys need to do is you need to hire an independent investigator and to do an independent investigation to make sure there's no more of this crap going on at the office or with any other board members. And he agreed. He took that to the meeting where the current administration that stepped in on an emergency basis, but they're still there, shot it down because MUFON has a habit where if we don't talk about it, it never happened. They still remain silent on the, Bob Bigelow in 2007 buying in to get their information and starting the STAR team and everything like that. When he bought in for $600,000, they still never really addressed the John Ventry incident of racial slurs that he posted on Facebook. And they never wanted to talk about that. Jan was only wanting to talk about peace, love, and light. He never wanted to deal with anything directly. And we've seen the same thing in this situation. Well, the UFO public has a long memory. And if you don't do your due diligence or every now and again say, we're sorry, we're going to do better, they will hold you accountable.
Yeah, and should. Absolutely. And especially when it comes to things like pedophilia and racism and fraud, anything like that. Any alleged act should be nipped in the bud instantly. And my only point, and that goes for any organization, not just them, but especially one in the limelight like that people have turned to for decades for guidance on this, are arguably the largest UFO organization. But my point is that I do think there is hope for who else is going to do it? Who else would be that sort of mediation between the government? And again, going back to my earlier statement, I don't think any of it matters. I think it's all completely nonsense. But as far as like public perception of these things, who else could fill that role if they have one of the largest databases, the largest number of highly trained investigators that do have boots on the ground? Because their state directors are awesome. I've worked with many of them, and they're such great people that are doing great work. I'm absolutely with you that the administration has dropped some balls. That was a really poor choice of words.
That one works for us. That one works for us.
It was a Freudian slip, maybe. I don't know. But they've definitely dropped the ball on many different things, many different occasions. But I don't know. I feel like the organization is more than that. And I try to focus on the people I talk to who work to investigate for very legitimate reasons, who really want to crack the case and figure this out. And they put in so many hours. And I don't know. I guess I'm with you, but I'm still trying to give them a pass to some extent. And honestly, just don't know who else could do that if the government is looking for some organization that can be that mediator with these cases.
Oh, very true. Very true. I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is, who is sticking up for the people? Like you stated earlier, it's easy to get the pilots to talk about it because they're trained, they're trained to be able to see everything that's around them. It's kind of their safety. Whether you're flying a $55 million FA-18 or whether you are flying a 330 passenger Airbus A330. Their job is they have to be able to know what's in the sky around them at all
Right.
times. They're trained observers, but every day we have ordinary people like you and I who are having these incredible sightings and encounters who are really getting pushed to the side. And and there's nobody now really independent that is there for the people.
Dude, that just reminded me of something.
Uh-oh.
I get asked all the time, have you ever seen a UFO? And my
Did you
answer has
finally see
always
one?
been no. I finally saw one. I know.
Yes.
Like, here's where I would
Finally.
love to drop that expletive, my friend. I finally, not just one, 5. I saw 5. It was insane. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
We got 3 minutes, man. We got 3
I could
minutes.
do it in 3 minutes. Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's hear this.
And it's so funny how I keep forgetting about this too. I mentioned it on only one other podcast recently, and I'll go through like old podcasts and completely forget. But something about what you just said reminded me. Okay, so I'm back behind my house. I live in a canyon. It like comes down, but I like to walk up the side of the canyon. I even built like a weird little canyon deck, call it my sundowners deck. And I'll go up there sometimes, have a little whiskey, and just enjoy the sunset. But this was after dark. It was probably about around midnight, I think. And I look out across the canyon, and there's this big ridge that runs along the east side of Butte called the East Ridge, because we're very creative with our names. And I see these 5 lights just stationary sitting across, I'm guessing behind the East Ridge. So probably 7 or 8 miles away, but they're very distinct lights, and there's no lights there because they're sitting above the horizon. And then all of a sudden, one by one, from right to left, they just shoot off like that. Like the things I've had people describe to me hundreds and hundreds of times. Like I saw that, right? And I saw them go, and then another one about 2 seconds later. All 5 of them did that. And I went inside and I ran upstairs. I started shaking my wife. I was like, I just saw the Starlink satellites. It was so crazy. I just saw Starlink. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. And she's like, yeah, I think people see it all the time. And this is why it's such an anticlimactic UFO story, because I just thought it was Starlink for like 5 months. And then I'm at the dentist office one day Googling Starlink. So all of a sudden I'm like, I don't think that's what it looks like. I look up the Starlink deployments. It looks nothing like that. Like they just kind of come out and then move across the sky like this. So I think I can officially say that I have seen a UFO.
Yes. Congratulations.
5 of them.
Congratulations.
5 of them. And they did that crazy thing that everybody describes, that like boom, and then it's gone. It was nuts. And now I look back on it, the memory is clear as day. I just had to get past how I thought it was this normal thing, which everybody does in the opposite. Right. They're like, oh, I saw this crazy thing. You find out it's normal. I saw this crazy thing. I thought it was normal, and then it turned out to be the crazy thing.
I think it's great.
I think it's great. I loved it.
It's so exciting to finally have that sighting. I hadn't had a sighting in years. I had one in October, or pardon me, late September.
That's
and
recent,
when you finally get it, you're like fist pumping and high fiving and everything like that. But you know what? We will talk about this when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Little Mikey Masters finally has his UFO story. Yes, Dr. Michael P. Masters from Montana Tech, talking UFOs, disclosure, and everything in between, with time travel as well. Spaced Out Radio continues with hour number 2 next. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Dude, I'm pumped for you.
I know.
That's excellent news.
Sucks. I mean, it does kind of take away from it that I didn't realize it in the moment, though. But honestly, once I watched those videos of the Starlink deployment,
yeah,
I had that moment. I was like, no, wait, that was UFOs. It was them. It was the visitors. It was the others. I saw their ships, and 5 of them. I have no idea what they were doing up there. There's nothing up there at all. Oh, there is a reservoir. Actually, there's a really secluded reservoir up there called Whitetail Reservoir. I wonder if maybe they were refueling or something.
Could be. I had, I'm going to quickly dart out of here for a second, but my sighting in October at my Sasquatch site, I was staring up at the sky, probably about 15 degrees up, nothing, and kind of looked down the side of the vehicle. My buddy and I are sitting on the sides of the vehicle, the front of his truck, leaning back and kind of looking towards the sky. I turn back, I see Mrs. SOR come on up, and I'm like, hey, where's our boy? And she goes, oh, he's in the back of the truck. Oh, okay, cool. And I turn back and look in my same spot where I was. There's now 2 bright orbs sitting side by side. Now, I only turned my head for about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And now there's these orbs. And then the top one, to make the triangle, comes on in. And now I've got the bright triangle.
The 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, God is my witness. I go to pull my phone out of my jeans pocket, and this thing knew, because the minute my phone got about 3/4 out, the 2 bottom ones blinked out and the top one faded away.
Yup. No,
Pissed
they're
me
not
off.
stupid. They know what we're doing. They know
Oh,
they
I
don't
know.
want to be enumerated like that. Hey, you
I know.
remember it. You saw that it happen. That's all that matters.
Oh yeah. Let's take a couple minute break here. We got like 4 minutes here. Be right back. Dirty, it's all yours, buddy.
Right on. Everyone's going for a whiz. All right, just in case you're new here, you've never been here before, we need a reminding, go to filthy.com. That's FYLTHY.com. And buy a print, buy my book, buy my calendar, plug my stuff here. Helps my crippling pizza addiction. But nonetheless, we've got a cat. Most likely whiskey. Abducting an alien tonight. I don't really know what came up with that one. But that's where we are. I seen a cartoon the other day. It was a cow abducting an alien. And I figured, well, you know what? Of all my cats, if any of them had a UFO, they'd probably abduct somebody to get all types of cat snacks for them. I always wonder what it'd be like to be the tractor beam. Bloody hells. The gargoyle has struck again. How do you manage this stuff? Terrible. The cats are out of control, I can tell you that much. This poor alien's missing. He's only got 3 of 5 fingers. Unbelievable. Cats. someone's sneaking back. Who is it?
Way to go, Dirty.
Oh, 1 second here. Oh, yeah, there we got another
Still
cat
got
showed
snow,
up.
Mike?
Ooh,
You still got snow down there?
Oh my God, we have so much freaking snow. We're supposed to
Beauty.
get 2 feet this weekend too. So epic
Nice.
powder day if you can actually make it to the mountain.
Right on. Hey, I want to say a big thank you to Deb and T. Tui for the super chats tonight. Wonderful way to do support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you. And a big thank you to all of you for tuning us in. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Macropodine. Macropodine is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Hour number 2 from Montana Tech, Dr. Michael P. Masters is with us talking UFOs, disclosure, and everything in between, including his first ever UFO sighting. I'm proud of you, Mike, for
Thanks,
finally
man.
actually
I had nothing
seeing
to
one.
do with it, but it is kind of cool. It's cool that it happened, and that in retrospect, I can reflect upon it and know that it was definitely not of this time. It feels good.
So now that you've seen one, how has your
5.
attitude changed?
No, I've seen 5.
You've
There were
seen
5,
5. Yes. But how has your attitude changed towards what you were before as a virgin of the ufology?
That's a great question. Not at all would be my answer. Honestly, like it's always something that I've understood is real. I didn't have to have my own encounter. I didn't have to see something. So even when I realized it wasn't Starlink and I could look back on that moment and recognize that that was an anomalous encounter, changed nothing other than the fact that I can talk to people who have had encounters in a real way now. It's just a question I got asked a lot. And there was still a period of time between when I saw it and when I realized it wasn't Starlink that I still answered that question in the negative. Like, no, I still haven't seen a UFO, even though I had. The realization looking back on it is so obvious. I don't know. And I have to wonder if there was a UFO apathy thing there. If it was what's so commonly described where people are just like, yeah, you see nothing, this is normal, this is regular, and my brain just went to that. When in fact I should have known instantly that obviously couldn't have had anything to do with Starlink. So yeah, it changes nothing about my perception of the phenomenon. I've always believed people who have had experiences like that, and especially those who have had more intimate experiences where they get to go up in the craft and they meet the people. It's kind of cool to have my own that I can reflect on, and that's in my memory banks, and I can think of it as a real thing. But otherwise, it changes nothing.
Wait until the little grays come visit. Then it's a whole different ball game.
You act like they haven't, Dave. You act like they haven't.
I don't think they have for you yet.
Little grays specifically, or
yeah,
tall grays? Who are we
Could be
talking
tall.
about? Tall?
Any type.
Medium-sized
Small,
grays?
medium, large, extra large,
Smallish grays? What about the grays that were genetically pre-programmed to be tall, but then didn't eat enough as kids, and so they were shorter because they didn't get the nutrients they needed?
Very true.
Those are the
Possibly.
ones I meant.
Yeah. I don't believe that you've seen a gray yet.
No, I haven't. You're right about that.
No, I knew that. I could tell.
And if I did, I would tell it to eat its vegetables so that it could grow up to be a tall gray. Public service announcement.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You don't
even know how to.
You don't have
don't
to
even know.
respond to that dribble, my friend.
I do want to ask you, though, because you are on the educational side of this, one of the topics over the last number of months that I have been describing to our audience is I really don't think we are in a time of disclosure. I think we are in a time of confirmation of the phenomena. Where do you stand on disclosure and potentially the fact that, or how, let me rephrase it. Where do you stand on disclosure, and what do you think? What is disclosure to you?
Sorry, I'm writing down my answer. Oh, God, my spelling's horrible. So I answer that question by saying I don't think we're in a time of disclosure either. I think we're in a time of awareness of a higher consciousness and a dissolution of ego.
Okay. So why the big secret then?
There's no big secret. Time of awareness and awareness of a higher consciousness and a dissolution of ego. There's no secret in that. I think it's a very forthright answer to your question.
Well, I understand that, and I will say I agree with you. But as somebody who is a professor who teaches this subject, is learning about this subject as we speak, do you look at what the government is doing with covering up a lot of the stories, a lot of the information, a lot of their knowledge, videos, and everything around it? Do you look at this as a hindrance to the future of humanity?
No, I don't. I think it's necessary. And I think the problem is our perspective. We want it to happen faster than it is. And it's really painfully slow and stupid. You read the comments of literally any post anybody makes about anything, and it just makes you want to throw up in your mouth and go to bed. But I think the thing that's happening is important. I think we need to stay focused on that it isn't even about the UFOs. It's about everything related to that and an awareness that is hatching. It's a little egg that's been kept under the bed of the CIA and NASA and especially the Air Force for so long. And now the egg is sort of wobbling off the bed and it's falling onto the floor and it's cracking open and little butterflies are coming out of it, even though that's not a part of their ontogenetic life at all. And I think that process is what we need to pay attention to, not who's laying on the egg, but what comes out of the egg. And I think that's happening now. I think it's actually starting to happen. And if we add the word disclosure to that, I think it's a good way of framing it, but I think it's also much more than that.
So I understand that some secrets need to be kept.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. And that's been the problem or the benefit the whole time, regardless of what side you're on.
Okay, so what do you think of this threat narrative that they continue to sell? Because I know up here in Canada, the Department of Defense has said to members of Parliament who have inquired that there is no threat narrative of UFOs in Canadian skies. We don't need to worry about them.
Who said that? The Canadian government?
Members of the Department of Defense.
Department of Defense.
National, yeah,
in Canada.
Department of National. Yes.
I think they're right. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm giving a talk at the MUFON conference in Cincinnati in August, and that's the whole question: friend or foe. That's the whole point of the conference. And my talk is friend. I mean, I put a question mark after it because nobody knows, but I try to make a case that there's really no reason to think that they're not friendly. In fact, it's the opposite. If you so say you're like a 3-year-old trying to fight the rock, okay? And he's not even really paying attention to you. He's like interested in your development. Maybe it's even his son or something. But he could beat the crap out of you if he wanted to at any point. He could just sit on you and pull your hair out. He's not doing that. They're not doing that to us, even though they could. So why on earth would we ever consider them to be a threat? We're worried about them running into our planes. They've been circling our planes since World War II when our planes were much faster. You think our planes are going to get to the point where they're so fast that now we're accidentally going to run into something that speeds up space time in and around it to the extent that we look like little tiny sloths moving through the sky? It's ridiculous. There's absolutely no reason why anyone should ever entertain that idea. And kudos to your Canadian government for acknowledging that. It's stupid. And I get it. I see why they do it. It draws attention to it. It makes it more American. We do that here because everything has to be like reactionary. But no, it's completely idiotic.
Okay, so when you see, and this goes back to a question I had for you earlier. I don't think we got into it fully. So when you see, MUFON working a little closer with the government, or at least wanting to, this new Enigma group that is for some reason, highly top secret, so secret they haven't even put any of their members on their website, and yet we know they are being funded by multi-billionaire Peter Thiel. We look at a number of these groups. Galileo Project, which seems to be filled with government scientists and military people or ex-military people. At some point, there seems to be a lot of NDAs going around. There seems to be a lot of I know what I know, and you got to trust me on that. When does the public get to, in your opinion, get to be a part of the process?
It's a great question, but I think I'd have to answer the question with a question. At what point do we have a representation of the public? And doesn't it circle back to what we talked about with MUFON, where they're supposed to be that? They're supposed to be this sort of mouthpiece for the people that see things. Who is the public? How do we address that overarching entity that is the public voice, that is the public's perception of this reality or willingness to embrace this reality? I don't know. Like, what do we use as a metric for that?
Well, see, my argument towards the MUFON thing, not to bring this
And,
up
and we
again,
don't
but
even just have to talk about MUFON. I mean that more broadly. Like, what if you're going to ask the question, like, what is the at what point do we address the public? I think we need to have a way of measuring the public's reaction to things, or like a voice for them.
Well, exactly. And I do think there needs to be a watchdog group that is set up, which could be MUFON if they wanted to go in that direction. And it would be very easy, and it would be an extremely positive move for them, right? But they have chosen their sides, and that's the way they're going to go. But
Even outside of MUFON. So you're saying like a watchdog group, like a grassroots organization that just speaks for the people. And which people? The people that watch the Kardashians, or the people that follow UFO news, or the people that just go to the beach and surf every morning? Or, not that there's anything wrong with that, because I would do that too if I had a surfboard and knew how to surf. Like, I guess I'm just saying, I think the public is something that we say, but it's harder to really quantify.
True enough, but there's enough independent people out there who are studying this subject that, if we put egos aside and came together as a watchdog group, whether it's journalists, scholars such as yourself, and, just even everyday people who have had some amazing sightings and experiences. Somebody has to be able to, hold accountable what is going on in this plethora of groups that seems to want to talk everything in secrecy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess I didn't understand the question before, but that makes sense. Yeah, like I think that would be huge for this. I wouldn't even know how you would organize that, but it can't be too different from, I don't know, having town hall meetings or something and trying to gauge people's reactions to certain scenarios. Or because if that is what's happening, if it is just about trying to prepare the public for acknowledgement of this reality that deviates so markedly from what people live on an everyday basis, and people who are involved in this conversation are going to easily flow into this new conversation, but the rest of humanity who doesn't pay attention to it, there's going to be a significant ontological shock that needs to be addressed. But how do you bring those people in? Like when we're talking about the public, isn't that what To the Stars is doing? Isn't that what, these podcasts like yours are doing? Isn't that the whole reason, is to try to educate people through these conversations? I don't see logistically how you organize everyone other than the way it's already happening. And I think the problem is, going back to what we talked about earlier, it's just painfully slow. We see incremental progress, someone reading something or hearing something or discussing something with someone, they educate someone and then they educate someone. And it's this grassroots movement that I think is happening organically. I don't know how logistically you would just force that in a way that brings everybody in so they give up whatever it is that distracts them from the reality of what's happening and makes them focus on this. I think it's a big part of what they're already trying to do. And maybe a part of the problem with why there's so many naysayers and why there's so many critics is there's just no good way to do it.
And the only ones who have already seemed to be infiltrated.
Infiltrated by who?
Whether it's ego, whether it's government agents or people like that.
But don't you feel like they're all working for the same cause? That there's the same underlying motive? Whether you call it disclosure, you just call it an awareness of something else. Because that's what I kind of focus on. That there's an awareness that something else is happening that's important, and people sense the change. That's the email I get the most, is that I sense this thing happening and I want to know more about it. Even people I know here in Butte, where I had no idea that they even paid attention to any of this, they're aware. And isn't that awareness what we're looking for? That they're sort of paying more attention. And what about the people that aren't? Do they get left behind? Is this the Left Behind movies? But it's not the people that didn't believe in God, it's the people that didn't pay attention to UFOs. Is that the conversation? There's a lot of those images that are shown to abductees and contactees where it's UFOs moving across the land. People are being sucked up and others are left behind. Is that... I'm getting hyperbolic here, but you see my point.
I totally see your point. But my counter to that would be, why the big secret? Why, if why the big secret? But the follow up would be to that: is humanity really ready for any type of involvement of extraterrestrials?
The public, as you say, no, I don't think they are. But I think that's this process. I think that's what's happening now. And I feel that what's happening now is an attempt at readying minds for something that is mind-blowing. And I think it's painfully slow. Imagine how slow it is for them. They've been watching us for millennia develop and grow into the point where we have this technological singularity where their future presence and our stupidity of their presence in our past amalgamates into one awareness, one grand consciousness. It's so slow to them, but it has to happen in a way that makes sense. And it has to happen in a way that people can understand it. And we're still kind of far from that, but it doesn't seem that far, honestly. Like if we had this conversation in 2000 BC, it would be a very different conversation than what we're having right now. Even 100 years ago, it would be so different from the conversation we're having right now. I think we can only
Very
have
true.
this conversation now because it's about to happen. I don't think we're too far from it. And it's
I don't think-
painfully slow to watch. That's why I don't read the comments. You can't read the comments because people are idiots. And you don't want to read those idiotic comments because there's a lot of people not paying attention, but something's happening and it's different this time. It feels so different this time.
What about if you look at the economy or religion? You know, two of the most affected brands of life that are going to be affected with when this comes down.
I side with John Ramirez on the religion thing. I don't think that matters. People haven't been monotheistic for a long time, and the ones that still are too far gone to even pay attention to this. They think it's the devil's work or whatever. The economy will bounce back regardless. It'll be a different kind of economy, possibly an economy that has free energy. Can you imagine what that would do to the economy? But can you imagine what that would do to our utilities bills and the way that we interact with each other and the way that we interact with the planet? I mean, maybe those are good things. This economy doesn't work for most people, especially when you consider it globally and especially across less developed countries. A reset might be a damn good thing, Dave.
A reset of aliens.
No, a reset of our reality and our economy, especially. It's been dominated on so many fronts by the same colonial powers 500 years ago who took control of the resources and maintained control of those resources. That's not woke. And who cares if it is? It's just historical accuracy. I teach a whole class about the history of economics globally. That's just the reality of the situation. If we had a disruption of that, that's not something we need to be fearful of. That's something we need to be cheerleaders for, because it's going to be a good thing.
Well, you know what? I think any change will be good. You know, especially, you know, now that we are officially, according to the clock of doom, 90 seconds away from World War III. And God bless him for cheering that one on. Said that sarcastically. But
I got your sarcasm.
thank you. Many will not, though. Many will not. But I guess what I'm saying here is, you know, where do we stand for the people on this topic? I mean, there are very few topics on this planet that will affect every single person, whether you're living in the jungles of Brazil or Africa, or whether you're in the concrete jungles of New York, Tokyo, London, Paris, wherever it may be. We may have, you know what, I'm going to get you to hold on before we come back to give that answer, because I don't want to have to cut you off, and we only got about 10 seconds before we have to go to break.
10's
But
kind of
I am-
short. I try to be efficient, but 10's a little too short.
That's true. That's true. Dr. Michael P. Masters from Montana Tech here with us tonight, talking disclosure, UFOs, time travel, and everything that kind of goes along in between. Would you be ready for disclosure? Would you be one of those ones who says, bring on the aliens? Let's go watch some football or hockey. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear. What you scribbling there?
I'm writing down what you said. Would you be one of the ones? Would you be ready for disclosure? Would you be ready for football or hockey? I think that's an awesome quote. I was just writing it down.
Mm-hmm. Let me talk to some of your students about them aliens.
Well, it just puts it in a way that does acknowledge that there's a lot of distractions, and those distractions are good because we have to live in this world where everyday life is everyday life. You know, we can't just say, well, what would that world be like if the future humans or the extraterrestrials came down and said, hey, your world's different? That hasn't happened yet. So yeah, we need to. I watch football like a mofo. I don't watch hockey very much. I apologize for that, but I love it. I love that distraction. It's what gets men through the dark days of winter, you know? So I say that tongue in cheek, but it is also those distractions should be called out when there's something important happening, but that important thing hasn't happened yet. If they come down and say, we're here, and people are still like, oh, football's cool, whatever, then we have a problem, but we're not quite there yet. So I don't think it matters that everybody's not paying attention. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so. I find that hard, but I understand.
Hard in what way? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if you have, there are very few things that are going to affect every single person on this planet. You know, not even COVID did that.
Yeah, but they don't know that yet. How can they know? They not all those people, they don't all watch your show. They should, but they don't.
True.
So how can they know right now is what I'm saying.
The majority of people, if they start seeing lights overhead moving towards the ground, that's an easy way to tell.
Right, but they don't. They haven't yet.
Right? But it could be around the corner.
I think it is. And I think once it happens, we need to kind of backtrack that a little bit because I think more people will pay attention. And I think they'll start turning to people like you for answers to this because who else is talking about it? Like you said, mainstream journalist press isn't talking about it. They still laugh it off. I've been on so many news segments for different things, and every single one starts with the same little we're talking about aliens. And that's not going to age well. In the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to look like fools.
Fools, man. And you're like Mr. T. You pity the fools.
I hope to someday. You know, I could be wrong too. Maybe it will be the fools. We're out here talking our talk and we were wrong about everything. And I don't think that's the case, but if it is, I'll be the first one to say I was wrong.
Well, there you go. There you go. I don't think you are wrong, though. I think you're going to be on the introductory course. You're going to be the future Jay Allen. You freeze? Oh, you froze up.
Oh, there we're back.
There we go.
You know what
Now
I thought would be cool is if everyone involved in this conversation kept it with the people that have been having this conversation. So, you know, say CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, they've been doing a little bit, but it's kind of weird. They're all like, oh, wow, this is real now. Let's go talk to these people. But I think it'd be cool if we only talked to the people who had been talking about this the whole time. So we shift the whole spectrum of media away from the mainstream into the places where people have been having these conversations for decades. Wouldn't that be fun? We could completely like pull the rug out from under them.
Could be. You know, in the meantime, you're hiding in your tree stand with your arrow, waiting for them grays to show up so you can pop a couple.
I wouldn't shoot the grays, Dave.
Well, there are many who would.
That makes me feel sad. I don't know. I think it would be fun. I think if there's already going to be a reset of the economy, a reset of who we pay attention to in broadcasting would be apropos as well.
Right. We got 10 seconds. Thank you, T2E. Deb 1 and Frontier ×2 for the super chats. Remember, Vegas fan party, May 19th and 21st. Check the ticker below. We want to see you there. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, you can always find them at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Final time tonight, Dr. Michael P. Masters is here talking UFOs, disclosure, aliens, and everything in between. He is from Montana Tech, and yeah, he teaches some good stuff down there. Sign up for his classes today. Dial 1-800-MICHAEL. 1-800-MICHAEL. I'm just saying. It does work. Michael, how you doing?
Good. I was actually going to plug a real class. 1-800-MICHAEL might get you something, but it could be Michael Strahan's class, which would probably be way cooler than mine anyway. But no, my friend Jeff Kripal is offering a class out of Rice University about all kinds of like mutant paranormal stuff that I think would be really interesting. I was trying to find the link for that, but it is eluding me. But it's worth checking out. Just Google mutant online class Jeff Kripal and it'll probably come up because I think it would be interesting. He's a pioneer in the fringe sort of research, and I think it would be a fun class.
I think it would too. Now that you've seen your UFOs, what's next? What's on the weird desk that you want to see next?
Well, I mean, considering you do have FCC rules to abide by, I probably can't divulge too much about that, but I think it would be cool to see broad-based acknowledgement, like we've been talking about, of the reality of this, for other people to see something. I think it would be cooler if it was not something that required that. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, it didn't change anything for me. I just listened to other people and I understood that it's real. But I guess it would be cool if there were just more people that experience, because unfortunately that feels like it's the only way that it really draws people. And speaking of Jeff Kripal, he wrote a book called The Flip, where that's what the exact topic is of the book, that people will be doing very normal things. A lot of Nobel Prize winners, a lot of people that are very highly accredited in academia, and they'll have a paranormal experience, a near-death experience, a UFO encounter, whatever it is, and they flip, and that becomes... so I'd like to see that happen on a broader basis, I think.
Very cool. Very cool. I mean, the idea that at any time we may have extraterrestrial contact.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What kind of contact?
Extraterrestrial.
I mean, we don't even have to call it that. I'm trying to get away from us just defaulting to like extraterrestrial or off-world vehicles or non-human entities, non-human intelligence. That's the new buzzword. I'm not trying to call you out on your own show, Dave. I think it's an important thing. I think it's an important thing that we reassess our just default terms and make them more general until we know what they are.
You mean like the garbage UAP? Rather than saying UFOs?
I don't think we should put unidentified in front of anything, because then Neil deGrasse Tyson's just going to use that against us. I think
he is coming around though. He is starting to come around.
I don't care if he is, But to have someone just say they're unidentified over and over, he cussed my friend out. He cussed my friend out about that in 2018. A producer friend of mine, a very successful producer, just yelled at him, dropping F-bombs about, like, we don't know what they are. For you to think, because my friend thinks they're time travelers too, for you to think they come from some interdimensional portal thing, like, he got mad. And I'm like, dude, check yourself. Like, theory is what starts scientific pursuits. Why are you so mad about that? You know? I don't know. So yeah, to answer your question, I think that's what I would like to see, is just people and scientists come around to that there's something happening. What did you just stick in your nose? Was that a cocaine pen? I want one of those.
No, that was a Vicks inhaler.
All right.
Helps me speak smoothly because
I don't
I have
actually. I don't
I
do
have a
cocaine.
deviated.
I was just curious.
I know. I have a deviated septum that makes it very difficult for me to breathe out of my nose. Too many hockey fights back in the day.
Well, you sound great, man. I knew this Australian guy who was a big fighter, and every time he sneezed, it caused him like insane pain in
Oh
his
yeah.
face because his nose
Oh,
got
yeah.
knocked in so many times.
Oh yeah. It sneezing. Let's see. I got my nose fixed in 1997, and sneezing kills me.
I'm
To this
sorry,
day.
man.
Yeah.
And you know how men sneeze too. We have big
Oh, yeah.
sneezes.
You have to wind it up, man. You got to wind it up. You know, but now I forgot my question that I was going to ask you. Do you believe extraterrestrials are here right now?
I do, yeah. And I love how you make that word even weirder every time you say it. Yeah, no, I think they are, and they have been for a long time. And it's easy. Like, what's the one thing that they do the most when they pick people up? What's the one thing they do more than anything else, Dave?
They experiment on them.
They do that, and then
They put downloads into their brains.
and
They fly the ship and then they bring you back, maybe with your clothes on if you're lucky.
and what did they do while your clothes were off?
Anal probe?
Yes, and
I have no idea where you're going with
they
this.
take your gametes. They take your genetic material, sperm and egg. That is one of the most ubiquitous things that they do, is take our sperm and egg, which means if they're doing that across time, they could make people look like whatever time period they wanted. And those people could be there, but still be imbued with the same telepathic characteristics, the same highly evolved consciousness characteristics that they wanted, who could do whatever they want in that time period to help ease the burden of humanity and trying to get to the point that they're trying to get us to.
For the purpose of?
Nobody knows. Maybe disclosure.
What's your theory there,
Maybe
Doc?
just so we know. I think they're probably bored, honestly. And once we reach the point where we can absorb and understand the information, everything from that point on exists as their reality. It's no longer ours trying to figure out theirs. It's now all of ours. It's our reality and what we've always wanted, why we seek disclosure so in the fact that now they can just exist on this planet too and travel in and out of whatever times they want. So I do think that they're here, and I do think that they're here to help with that transition, because it's going to be difficult for all the reasons we've been talking about on this show.
Is there a point where we as humanity will be able to see this effect on a daily basis, you think?
I do, yeah. And my hope is that it's in this lifetime. I mean, I've written about this in both of my books, that that if there aren't any barriers to backward time travel, and if there aren't paradoxes, which there shouldn't be in the block universe, then you can connect different points in time in the same way that you can different points in space. And if that's the case, yeah, you could be walking down the street and wave hello to someone that's from 500 years in the future or 8,000 years in the future. They could be in whatever time they wanted to. And if they chose this one, I think it would be interesting. And they obviously have been interested in this time, if you believe the reports of the Foo Fighters and the astronauts who claim to have seen beings or craft around the moon landing, like those monumental periods that may possibly exist just before we all exist together. Like that's that point. That's that really interesting point where we just didn't know, and then boom, we know. And then they can just be. It doesn't have to be a secret. It doesn't have to be flying around and picking people up in secrecy. They can just say, hey, do you want to jerk off in this cup so we don't have to put this thing on you? It can be that reality that doesn't exist now and hasn't throughout the history of humanity. And it's obviously a strange metaphor, but you see what I'm saying? Like, it just, this is that singularity in time and space where we could just be one.
So, what do you think it is about this timeline that is attracting time travelers?
Well, I don't think there's timelines. I do think the block universe model is correct, but if there are timelines, then yeah, maybe this one would be interesting. I can't answer why that is. But even if it's not, even if this is the block universe and we everything's self-contained and self-consistent, then it's still going to be interesting. And again, I always acknowledge my biases as an anthropologist, because going back in time is obviously the thing we think about the most. It's what we do with every push of our Marshalltown trowel or every little piece of dirt we scrape back from a Solutrean point in southern France 20,000 years ago. It's all trying to figure out what the past was. And to have the ability to just visit it, but then to have the ability to visit it unabashedly, where you don't have to be secretive, you don't have to apologize for what you're doing. Just trying to put myself in their shoes, if they are future humans. And again, that's to acknowledge that's where I'm coming from. If they are that seems like a beautiful point to be. If they had a secret society tens of thousands of years ago, before we invented boats, where they lived on an island somewhere, the mythical Atlantis, that they had to blow up because it, started to get to the point where we had boats and we would find them out. So they destroyed it. If it even existed, it's getting into more of the foo conspiracy theory stuff there. But why wouldn't you? If you had the ability to go back in time and do that, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make this beautiful civilization in a time when Earth hadn't been destroyed by all the things that humans were about to do from that point on? Go live in luxury. Make this desirable resort for time traveling tourists to go back to and visit. They don't have to go to the Maldives. They can go to 45,000 years ago on some island in the Pacific, and nobody's going to discover them.
Before I get to a couple audience questions, do you think we can time travel now?
If we can time travel in the future, we can time travel at any point at which they can reach.
But do you think we have some secret hidden technology that allows us to time travel now?
Again, it doesn't matter. As Igor Novikov said, in the presence of a time machine, the past, present, and future are all one. It doesn't matter. If we eventually invent time travel in the future, at whatever point, as far back as they can go, time travel exists.
But you still need a machine to get there.
And they have the machine. They could go pick those people up. They could give them the machine. And from that point on, you have time travel capabilities. I wouldn't entrust a Neanderthal with my UFO. I wouldn't entrust them with my time travel device. They'd fly it into a mountain. Maybe that's what Roswell was. They were like, here, you should have this. And then instantly they flew it into a mountain in the desert. But it doesn't matter. That's my whole point, is that there is no difference in those times in the block universe if there's time travel technology in the future. It's all one. It's all one thing.
Random guy in the chat room says, Dave, we cannot time travel. Thanks, random guy. Appreciate that.
That's helpful.
Let's go to Exo Expansion. If our future visits our presence, doesn't that create a serious problem?
I don't see why it would. No. In the block universe, again, if it's about branching timelines and the many worlds interpretation, then maybe. But one of those timelines is still going to be the same, so it doesn't affect it at all.
Let's go to another question from Tony in the UK. Do you think they are talking about our seeds and taking it to other parts of the universe or planets?
That's definitely possible. One of my editors for the last book, he mentioned something I'd never thought about, where it's possible that in our future, I always talk about future humans, but I'd never, at least lately, since his point, I don't talk about them as future Earth humans, because obviously these craft go very fast. If they can use the electromagnetic field of the Earth, or whatever their anti-gravity system is, I don't claim to understand it, to go to other planets, which seems likely, then it could be the same as what we say, where, like, I'm Welsh. All my family is from Welsh. There's one German person in there somewhere, but when people ask where you're from, I don't say I'm Welsh. I say I'm from America, sometimes reluctantly, depending on where I am. And it could be the same thing, where their origin point was Earth, but they've lived on these other planets for so long that they say they're from Zeta Reticuli or whatever, star system somewhere, because that's their most proximate point of origin, even though they might be humans who in the future develop technology that allows them to travel interstellarly and through time, because I argue often that I think you need both of those because of the time dilation effect.
Makes sense. Let's go to Deb. If they can't make hybrids with humans and apes, where our DNA and genetics are a 98% match, how can they, the extraterrestrials,
Wait, you added DNA, that. She didn't have that in there. I don't see that in her question.
Add our DNA to make alien hybrids who are totally different beings than humans.
All right, I'm going to have to read that without your little joke in there.
What, the extra Temptation Island terrestrials?
I like that even better. Dude, if you keep working on that, you're going to have like a 20-syllable word. As someone who just said you can only do 4 syllables at once. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. I think, regardless, even if they're extraterrestrials or terrestrial club medicals, then they're still going to have highly evolved technology that allows them to integrate themselves with other people's DNA, if they have DNA. And that's the big stumbling block for me, is that's a very specific coding system for all life on this planet. Viruses have RNA, but they're not considered living because they can't self-replicate. They have to prey on things that have DNA to replicate themselves. So if they had another coding system, it's so unlikely that they would even have DNA or could meld themselves with us. Again, it comes back to Occam's razor. The simplest answer is, if we can reproduce, and not only can we reproduce, but we have the same bits and pieces to actually stick something in something else, combine our DNA to make something. Like, a lot of it happens externally based on a lot of reports of these incubation chambers and exogenesis chambers, but people have had sex. Antonio Villas-Boas, Willie Strieber, I mean, the list goes on. Women too have had sex. The parts have to fit together. It's not even just about the DNA. It's about the physiology too.
All right. Exo Expansion again. Do you believe that humans can be immortal? And if so, how?
Uh, it gets into a belief system at this point, but I do believe, based on other people's near-death experiences, that our consciousness is immortal. What that means for these physical bodies, I don't know. A lot of people have past lives. Are they moving through time into these physical entities that exist in those times as that consciousness? I think it comes down to whether you're talking about the physical body or the consciousness. And I do think the consciousness is immortal, but the physical body obviously is not.
Sovereign Wildman, are there different timelines and realities then?
I don't think so, only because there's no evidence yet to suggest there are. But if there ever is, or even an indication that there is, I would definitely jump on board with that.
Follow-up question. Do you have access to Tacos al Pastor in Montana?
I do not. I don't even have Chipotle where I live, and it's a very, very big problem for me.
I don't even have a McDonald's in my town.
What? How many Tim Hortons do you have, though? You probably have like 20 Tim Hortonses.
One.
Whatever. You're lying.
And
man.
it was.
You probably
No,
have one
and
in your
it-
basement. You probably have a secret Tim Hortons in your basement that you're not even telling
wish.
people about.
I wish. I wish. No, we only have one in my town. And from November to December, it was a very, very tough push because they closed for renovations for like 7 weeks.
Oh, God. Where was Trudeau in that? He should have stepped in and like built a secret emergency Tim Hortons or something.
That's what happens when you live in a conservative town. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. Let
He
them
doesn't
suffer.
care.
Let
If
them
it
eat.
was
Let them
if
eat
it was-
on Tim Hortons cake.
if it was Montreal Woke or Wokecouver or Wokanto, then it would be all over it. He'd be all over it. We got 2 minutes to go here with you, man. This has flown on by. We got to do this more often because you're almost fun.
What?
You're almost fun.
Almost. Well, one of these days, I had hoped that I reached the stage of fun. I guess if we do it long enough,
You know what? True story.
we'll reach fun.
Back last year at UFO Con 2022, I go up on stage. I give a presentation. And halfway through my presentation, Paul Hynek is sitting in the audience.
Love Paul Hynek.
And I put up a picture of Paul Hynek. And I said, when you move forward after this topic, please remember that Paul Hynek is not funny.
You did that as a burn, or did he know it was
yeah.
going to be? Okay, nice.
Oh, yeah. So this continues. The next day he gives his speech and he puts my giant, enormous, bulbous head on top of an alien body, and says this something along the lines of, we only hope that aliens don't turn out to look like this. Right?
Yes, that's awesome.
Right. And
I
then it
love
continued at the MUFON conference last year, where people at the MUFON conference were literally coming up to me. Are you guys fighting? Do you and Paul Hynek not get along? Right. Oh, but I think
like
he'll
one
be
of
back.
those celebrity feuds, kind of, where you're just throwing shade at each other.
Him and I are
That's
just
awesome.
killing it.
Yeah. No,
Random
he's
guy
great.
said, by the way, random guy says, we can observe through potential mechanisms I cannot confirm, meaning the photos exist in time the same way photos exist in the universe. What the hell that means, I have no idea. But Dr. Michael Masters, it is that time once again, where we got to say goodnight to you, my friend. Thank you for a great show.
Thank you, Dave. It's always great talking to you. Much love, man.
Much love to you, my brother. But, hey, I need a favor from you before you leave. Coming up next, we got the Swamp Dweller. Then we are heading to the Timbit land and the UFO Report. Spaced Out Radio's Hour 3 is next. Can you send me your address? I got to update your clothing. I got to update your hoodie.
You're not like Unabomber guy, are you?
Oh, totally. Totally. You know
All
that.
right. Well, I'll just have my kids open it then.
Yeah.
Actually, you are right. My spaced out radio sweatshirt is like peeling, and not because it's a low quality sweatshirt, but because I wore it a lot and washed it a lot. So it definitely
I'll get you
needs
something.
revamping. So yeah, I'll
get you
shoot you I'll shoot you an email with that tomorrow.
What's it like being a size medium?
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
I've never heard that term before.
I've never been. I haven't been a medium in a long time. No, seriously.
Science
just put down,
medium. I just wrote that down too. That's interesting. What the hell does
I
that
said
mean?
size. That's a Canadian accent. Size.
Oh, I thought
Are
you
you-
meant
what's- not
science
science.
medium. Like I channel Alfred Russell
you might.
Wallace or something.
You might. Send me
No,
your
I'm
size.
a size large, my friend. Size large.
Oh,
If you
right
sent me
on.
a medium, that would be an instant hand me down to my kids because I can't wear that.
I'll send you some stuff.
Do you have kid sizes?
I can send some over. I got
my daughter loves this stuff. Like she wears saucer stuff. Like she once wore a saucer sweatshirt every day to school that I got her at a conference once for 3 weeks. And we were all like, you can't wear that same thing all the time. But if you sent her one, like a small or like a kid's medium
old is
or
she?
an adult small, dude, she would rock.
How old is she?
She is 12, about to be 13.
I got something perfect for her.
Awesome.
My son actually designed, and it's for sale on our website, designed a Wendigo hoodie for kids.
Oh, nice. That sounds awesome.
I'll send that over.
Dude, that would be fantastic. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Hey, great conversation tonight. It was super fun.
You only got the one. You only got the one kid?
No, I have 2 kids. I mean, how many do you have?
Well, I mean,
and do I still get one if you send stuff for my kids?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm an adult large.
What about your wifey?
My wife is an adult small. My son is 9. He's probably
your son and my son are the same age.
What size your kid wear?
He wears I got him in a small right now.
Yeah, probably the same. But send a medium just in case, because I want him to wear it for decades.
Yeah, we'll do. All right, brother. You take care.
So fun, Dave. It's always fun. Have a good night.
We'll talk soon. Bye-bye. Michael Masters, everyone. Michael Masters. There he goes. Hello, William F. Metz. And who else stepped in here? Let's see. Timmy. Anybody else? Timmy. Steve Wolf, thank you for that super chat, my man. Going along with T2E, Deb, Juan, and Frontier ×2. Thank you for the love and support. Timmy. I am Pam, by the way. You can get your random guy t-shirts at spacedoutradio.com. You can get your Timmy t-shirt at spacedoutradio.com. Don't forget, I will be hanging out in San Francisco, California, March 17th through 19th at UFO Con 2023. Lots of great speakers there, including Science Bob, Melinda Leslie, and more. What you want to do is go to UFOCon2023.com. And if you're in the Bay Area, come over and see old Davey. Come hang out. That's what I do. I'll just be hanging out. And be like Thin Lizzy and join us at Spaced Out Radio's second annual fan party in Las Vegas, May 19th through 21st at the Golden Nugget Casino. Eric Markham will be there. Simon from Australia will not, but he'll be there in spirit. We got like 7 hours of YouTube shows to do for you, plus a VIP party. Check the ticker below. Go to info@spacedoutradio.com. Let us know whether you want the regular tickets or the VIPs. The VIPs come with a swag bag and a special party on the Friday night. Yeah. It's going to be good, people. It is going to be good. Little Jimmy Goodall will be there. Jeff Townsend, how you doing? Who else is coming on in? Larky Derry, how are you? Gong Show. You know I don't do that, man. You know I don't do that. Pissing me off if you don't make it, Evan Walters. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Macropodine. Macropodine is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. Check out Bumblefoot. Read the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. We're heading to the swamp. Swamp Dweller's got us set up for another spooky story.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I lived in Utah for a year now, and I've got to say it's the most beautiful state, in my opinion. Mountain ranges, valleys, and ski resorts galore, but there is a dangerous side of the wilderness here too, especially in the mountains. I've lived in multiple places in this state, such as Heber, Midway, Provo, St. George, etc. A little bit about me is that I'm an avid angler, and this story takes place in southern Utah. It was the weekend, and my dad often went fishing after a long week's work. We had decided to go to Quail Lake State Park for our weekend trip. A fantastic view of mountains, clear water, and big fish is all we needed. We had gotten there at about 3 to 4 in the afternoon and tossed our lines out. After some time, I thought it was a good idea to find a new spot to be by myself, so I trailed across this creek that followed into the river and then to the lake, traversing over hills, banks, and rocks to see where I'd think I'd have the best luck, and I stumbled upon a little peak out in the water and started setting up my rods. It was 7 o'clock and the sun was setting when I started getting a weird feeling that I shouldn't be there, but I stayed anyway. Nature around me soon started getting quiet, and the occasional car passing across the lake, but I had blown it off thinking I came here to fish and relax, trying not to stress myself out. My dad texted me saying it was time to go. I checked my phone for the time and 2 hours had already passed. The sun was past to set and no moonlight. So I started packing and went on my way hiking back over the hills and banks. On the trail to that spot, a lengthy rock bank with tall trees in the water caved into each other like a swamp that I crossed to get there. On the way back to the car, I had come to realize that that part of the trail had a massive splash, like someone had jumped in front of me in those trees, like full force. I could see the ripples come to shore, and there was no way anything smaller than 130 pounds made that disturbance in the water. It creeped me out, but I blew it off as a branch falling or something like that, as there were a lot of waterlogged trees that had been rotted. So I kept trucking along. Not even 5 seconds later, there were more sounds of something trudging through the water, and it sounded like it kept getting closer. The moment that happened, I snapped my head around with my flashlight, and the noises instantly stopped. I then remembered my knife that I had on me and pulled it out, yelling at whoever or whatever was making that noise to not come near me. I sat for days, scanning the trees, waiting for whatever it was to charge me, but nothing happened. I kept walking back past that rock bank, and almost as soon as I got off that bank, the splashes came back, but way closer than before. I started running, and whatever was following me stayed on my tail, but every time I looked back, there was nothing but waves from it. I had then crossed the creek like I had done before, coming to the hill straight up to where my dad had parked a million times. I stopped and turned around to get a good look at whatever this thing was finally, and there was no more splashing, no more ripples, and I saw nothing. But what has me questioning my sanity is that I could only hear water falling off the body of whatever was following me. I was scanning the rest of the trees and the bank and never saw a thing. I quickly turned around, ran up to the hill, got into the car, and told my dad to drive. I told him what happened, and to no surprise, he didn't believe me at first until I told him the whole story and how serious my demeanor was. I still occasionally go out to Quail Lake, and I still haven't seen anything close to that experience. It's not only a story, but one of these things that sticks out to me the most. It still leaves me wondering who or what was with me that night.
That's why we love the swamp dweller around here, taking us on another spooky journey each and every night. God, I love it. Absolutely fun. Absolutely a blast. And if you want more, you can always head over to Swamp Dweller Reads on YouTube. That's youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and go listen for yourself today, tomorrow, the next day, whenever you want. So make sure you do that. From the swamp to the stars, it's time for little Timmy Senor and the UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Very nice. What are you doing with a Timbit? How did you get a Timbit?
It's crazy, isn't it? It's madness. You must think I have a special direct mail order for these things, but no, what's happening is that Hostess is cheating. They're trying to duplicate. They created something that is a look-alike-y.
Right on.
Yeah. They smell great. I haven't actually tried one yet. The Timbit look-alike.
I don't know if I would, buddy.
How are things on your end, buddy? You seem like you're off in another world today. What an incredible guest, by the way.
Off in another world?
Yeah.
I'm red hot right now, man.
Are you? You're red hot. Man, Michael was just on fire. And the funny thing is we became Facebook friends today. I don't even Facebook, but I didn't even know he was going to be on your show, and we became Facebook friends today for the first time.
He's a good dude,
Weird
man.
and there he is on your show. Just it's so cool.
I have so much respect for him.
Yeah.
And his knowledge. You know what, Tim? I'm going to be blunt here, and this might even come as a surprise to your audience, our audience, or whatever. I get really, really intimidated when I bring science people on. I really do, because it's something that I'm not a scientist. I don't speak sciencese. Okay. I know that's not a word. All right. And I panic, man. I literally panic. Like tomorrow night when Gary Nolan is on, like, oh my God.
That's going to be amazing.
Right?
It's going to be amazing.
You know,
but
my
here's
heart
the
is
beauty.
racing.
The Dave, you have that ability to get past the fact that somebody may or may not have a PhD, because really that time in school is irrelevant when you're sitting in front of somebody, when you're having a conversation on a topic. And hopefully their PhD has led them down the path of learning and teaching. And so they're here absolutely on par to help you to educate everybody. So you do an amazing job of, no matter who's sitting in front of you, having a real conversation. And tonight was a perfect example of that. You guys delved into some great topics that got me thinking. That's great, and that's what we're here for.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, that's why
I
I'm here
appreciate
too, buddy. I mean, I feel challenged by everybody I come across too, but that's the beauty of it. I think that's why we're all human. We're all here to learn from each other, right? So, yeah.
I agree. I'll give you that one.
Right.
I'll give you that one. All right. You convinced me. I don't agree, but I'll give you it.
Cheers.
No problem. No problem. What are we looking at? Metallic orbs over Mosul in Iraq? What's going on here?
Yeah, exciting new release coming from Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. And so obtained through their sources, journalists Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have released a new image still from video that potentially exists through their new UFO podcast called Weaponized. And so the sighting in a conflict zone where the U.S. military is operating has sparked security and safety concerns at the Department of Defense. And so, absolutely, as you're saying here exclusively, we're finding this image obtained of a metallic orb flying over Mosul, Iraq, from back in April of 2016. And so this is considered to be taken from footage by U.S. intelligence recon planes. And so specifically, the image captured shows what does look like a metallic orb in the bottom left of the frame, and around the frame of the image, we do get the hub or the heads up display information pertaining to the image that we're looking at. And so we're able to verify quite a lot of the information. And so the briefing in the video describes it as a short clip of an unidentified flying orb that appears to have a metallic shine on its surface and shows the strange object flying over the city of Mosul in northern Iraq, with the background of the shot showing the streets below. And so the image captured in 2016 of April by intelligence reconnaissance plane was included in a classified briefing video on UFOs shown to multiple U.S. government agencies. And so it is first publicly revealed image recently, and the U.S. government's ongoing UFO investigation will be showing other unidentified craft over conflict zones. And so we can keep our eyes to upcoming reports that we may see flowing forward. But again, this image is showing a UFO flying around where the U.S. military is operating, and it has sparked security and safety concerns at the Department of Defense, with military officials worried that it could endanger pilots and grouped troops down below. And so, although the image itself is not classified, footage from the image was captured and was part of a classified briefing produced by the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, UAPTF. And so that was a unit tasked with investigating UFO incidents, which has now been replaced by another office in the Department of Defense, now known as ARROW. And so this new information being obtained here via Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, releasing this information via their new podcast, weaponized. The briefing describes and shows the UFO is moving from south to north, and adding that it does not appear to descend. And so in a 4-second video titled Mosul Orb, included in the briefing, the UFO appears for 1 second as it flies alongside the MC-12 spy plane. Intriguingly, the object appears to have no apparent flight surfaces like wings or discernible propulsion. And so an intelligence source with operational knowledge of the footage said it was filmed using full motion video by a DGS-1 unit, implying that the plane's sensors captured infrared and other data when it filmed the UFO. And so we understand that officials who assembled the briefing video believe the orb was under intelligent control. One intelligence source said the video was sent to Joint Base Langley in Virginia, where imagery and electronic signal intelligence experts studied it for United States Central Command. And so despite being analyzed and studied by intelligence experts for over 6 years, the incident remains unexplained. Dave, it's incredible new information. It was kind of a drop that's been promised by this team, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. And so it's a little bit new information. It's their first drop for 2023. What are your first thoughts on this fairly incredible drop?
Well, I'm really surprised that anything's been released, because we were told that nothing would be released by the U.S. Navy or anybody else regarding UFOs. We were told that, this past fall. But I brought in Random Guy on this because he wanted to speak about this. Random Guy, can you hear us? Let me get you from mute here.
You got me?
There you are. Random Guy.
Yes, I have some great knowledge of this, as you know. Not from the specific incident, but as in, this is what I do. Let's start with the aircraft that took this shot, so that everybody knows, as Tim alluded to, right? This is an MC-12. Just so we establish a baseline for what we're discussing right now, an MC-12 is a King Air 350 civilian aircraft, very common. It's a twin turboprop aircraft. This is manned with 2 pilots. It used to be a single pilot that actually moved to 2 pilots because we had a bunch of them crashing. Unfortunately, I had the misfortune of dealing with some of them. Anyways, I digress. It's a minimum of a crew of 2 up to 6. And this is a manned aircraft that would be doing surveillance for intelligence purposes. So understand there was people and whatever was filming this. If all this is accurate and all of our data we know to be true, let's start with the facts and the baseline here, okay? This is a King Air 350 is heavily modified to do surveillance. Manned aircraft, people inside of it. The cameras they use, they have thermal, they have IR, they have all these different things, right? So if the heads-up display of the imagery that we received is accurate, then we can glean some details from this, as I kind of mentioned to you guys earlier. Some of those details include the altitude of the aircraft, the airspeed of the aircraft, and where it's located, right? You can tell that from the HUD. That's why I've dismissed a lot of UFO videos in the past as not being genuine, because they intentionally hide the heads-up display. And anybody that knows what they're talking about, we can figure out what's going on by that heads-up display. This one included the heads-up display. Interesting to me, and it doesn't mean this is not a fact of it's real or it's not real, not a fact of the orb itself, but I look for details. So like if the audience and the people trying to get information out of this want to know something, what do we want to know? We want to know what are facts, and we don't want to know what's BS, right? If we're being smoke screened, if something's going on. So what you can tell by this heads-up display is, you guys look in the top left-hand corner. This is not, I'm not telling you guys anything you can't see yourselves, right? There's a little thing that says UTC, Universal Time Code. In the old days, we used to use Greenwich Median Time, right? Basically, England. England is like the center place for timekeeping for all military when you use this stuff. So that's what UTC is. If you notice, it says UTC +0. And again, this may or may not ever become relevant, but it does become relevant for the reasons I'm about to explain. UTC 0 is England. Okay? If this aircraft was over Iraq, it would have to be UTC +3 or UTC +4. Initially, when I saw this imagery, I assumed it was a drone, not an actual manned aircraft, right? Because if you were flying a drone, you can fly from anywhere in the world. It could be Nevada, it could be California, it could be England, it could be Germany, and you're flying that drone. This is a manned aircraft, supposedly with a camera on it that has a UTC +0. If it was a drone, I could make the assumption, okay, they're going on the local time of the drone origin, meaning England. But what they're saying is, by the HUD, again, can be mistakes, there can be errors, there can be all kinds of stuff. But I'm telling you guys, UTC 0 is England. You can Google it if you don't believe me.
And very briefly before I pass on that, according to the HUD data, is that data automated, or would the pilot have to manually go in there and set that information? So
the majority of the time that the pilots don't touch the systems. It's usually set by the whoever's in charge of intelligence or reconnaissance or what have you at the base of origin. And that's why I said, okay, if it's out of England and it's a drone, that would make sense. So the only reason that would potentially make sense is if they flew literally from England over to Iraq, is what I'm getting at. There's no way a base in that operating operating area would have a UTC of 0, because it doesn't make sense. And these are permanent records. These things are a lot of times are classified. I don't know if this was classified or not, but the fact we're seeing it tells me it's either not, or a nothing burger, or someone's in big trouble, right? It's one of those.
Do you lean
but they
one way
would
or the
assign
other?
it on the launch of the vehicle.
Okay.
And so that tells me if that vehicle didn't launch from it, we know this is a manned vehicle because we know the aircraft type, right? So if those are not automated vehicles, they're King Air turboprops. And so if that's the case, they either left from England to fly over Iraq, which is really still, it just doesn't make sense because of the range of the King Air then. If you go into what I'm talking
That's a
about.
long flight.
I don't know if it's even possible, to be honest with you. So
Let me
to
ask you
me,
this.
I'm not saying that makes it fake. It could be an error. It could be any number of things. But this is what I bring to your show. I want the audience to understand these things. It doesn't
Could
add
that
up.
be a heads up display error?
100% it could be. But when we're talking about intelligence gathering, highly unlikely, my friend. I've worked with a ton of this stuff. I've never seen an error that egregious. And it matters because it goes on permanent record, because maybe nothing happened that day. Maybe there's no orb, maybe no one dies. That still goes into our archive, so that 6 months from now, if a general is like, hey, what happened in Mosul that day? That will come up, and they need to know what time it happened. And if you see, it says like 9:30 a.m. UTC 0, meaning 9:30 a.m. local time at UTC 0. Well, the UTC 0 is freaking England, not Iraq.
So what's your plausible theory? We've got, let me just see how much time we have here.
No, I'm not trying to blow it up. I just wanted to have that input for you, for your audience.
Okay. All right. Well, random guy, hold on for a couple seconds, because I
No
do
problem.
have a couple questions about this.
No problem.
Tim,
I'm here.
we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We got 30 minutes to go on Spaced Out Radio tonight. It's a UFO report with Tim Senor and special guest. We call him Random Guy around here because he's just so random. He pops in and out. We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio when we return here right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear
I'm still here.
You guys chat, I'll be right back.
Awesome. Thanks for jumping in.
Deb, I like your voice. Your voice is amazing in chat.
We've got a great chat.
I love this chat. No, Timmy, I had to jump on during the show because I had something tangible to say instead of my usual rants and speculation.
Yeah.
It's like if I can give you guys some insight. And I had told I think I texted you earlier about this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I run a lot of stuff by you. You know that. And I appreciate your insight. I'm sure Dave's gonna have some questions too. And I don't want my questions to get by our radio audience, so I'm going to hold off.
No, definitely do that. No,
yeah.
I'm just letting you guys know this is not anything privy that I'm telling you guys. This is common knowledge. You can literally Google. At this point, I'm just giving you guys kind of the way the business works, and it's nothing special.
No,
but it's important because, and here's why it's special, and I'll reiterate when the radio comes back if necessary. The reason I'm telling you guys this, chat, people watching, 250 of you, and I appreciate you guys watching and listening. The reason I'm trying to give you guys this information, I'm not saying it means it's fake. I'm not saying it's BS, because here's what's going to happen. At some point, a government entity is going to have to comment on this, right? Whether it's official, non-official, a rumor. And if you guys understand the type of the aircraft, that it had to be man-flown, the altitude was at the time it was listed, if they try to tell you guys some BS, you're going to immediately know it's fake, right? And you wouldn't know that if I'm not telling you how. And I'm telling you exactly how I'm right about it. That's why I'm here to do this for you guys.
Yeah. Actually, I do have one question that I could ask, probably off air.
Shoot.
What are the? So we only get this still, and there's like obviously lots of theories on just what that object could be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, have you seen the video portion of this?
I have not seen the 4-second video.
Okay.
When I hear 4-second video, I can think about as. Never mind. I was going to make an inappropriate joke. I'll leave it there. No, I have not seen it.
Okay. Right. I guess we would need to see it. But I mean, what are the chances that this is just some kind of debris or liquid on our lens and it passes off quickly?
That's definitely possible. So one thing, I mean, I should probably save this for the radio show, but I was going to give. So I've worked with reconnaissance when I was in the military, unofficially. I saw things I wasn't supposed to see and got explanations I wasn't supposed to get. So I can kind of speak to this unofficially, but kind of know what I'm talking about if you guys trust me or not. When something is out of focus, that means it's close to the camera that's photographing it, okay? If this thing was down low, if it was a balloon, if it was anything more than, let's say, 1,000 feet below this aircraft, it would have been somewhat in focus. The fact it's blurry means it's closer to the aircraft than to the ground. And that's one thing that's important. Okay. It could definitely be debris. It could definitely be, it's definitely not water. I can tell you that 100%. It's not water. It's not a water spot on the camera. I saw some people suggesting that on Twitter. That's absolutely not the case. I'll risk my reputation on that.
Let's save that for the radio show, guys.
Okay.
Sure. Absolutely, sure. I'm just excited about this because when I know about stuff and I'm like, I know this. Usually all I say is I think. When I know, I want to tell you guys more than you know.
And when I have questions, I can't help myself.
No, do it, Tim. Yeah. This is the great part about this. There is nothing about the story I can't speak about. Because it doesn't nothing. It doesn't go into anything I've been briefed on or would be getting in trouble for talking about. So I will go all the way with you guys on this one.
Cool.
That's why we love him. That's why he's the random guy. What else are we talking about here?
I can't wait for you guys to come back so we can meet up, hang out.
I know. Soon, man. Just a few
And we're
months
going to make it
away.
much longer. The last time we hung out, it was only like an hour or two. This time, I'm really looking forward to having like a full evening for us to BS and discuss things. Really looking forward to it.
Well, we got 5 days. I want to say thank you to T2E, Deb, Juan, Frontier ×2, and Steve for the super chats. Hey, come meet Random Guy in Vegas at our fan party. Here we go with the final half hour. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, you can check out our archives for free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with the UFO Report. Little Timmy Senor, the Timbit, is here for the UFO Report. Special guest, Random Guy. That's what we named him. Yeah, we couldn't be more creative than Random Guy, but it works for us. Gentlemen, welcome back. We're talking about this release of this photo and a 4-second video of what looks to be a metallic orb over Mosul, Iraq, taken by a military aircraft. And there's great debate whether or not this photo is fake or not. Random Guy, you don't think it's a puddle of water on the ground like many on Twitter are saying right now?
Correct. Well, all I can say is this. I'm inferencing my recollections of things that are similar in nature. One thing is for sure, this camera was looking at a specific ARO. So it's looking at a response area, something that somebody or something, neighborhood, street, assets are watching. That's the purpose of what they're doing. So they zoom in. This one, I believe, was at somewhere between 19 and 24,000 feet. That's a zoomed in lens. So anything that is down low should be relatively in focus. Clearly, the orb is not, meaning the orb, now here's the thing. I'm not saying it's an orb, not even saying it's UFO. It could be debris. It could be any number of things. That's not what I do. That's what you guys do, is discern those things. I tell you what's fake and what's real. I do not know what that is. What I will tell you is this. Whatever it is not on the lens of that camera, but it is in proximity to the aircraft more so than the ground that it's focused on. And that's what I can tell you.
What about the shadowing on the ground?
I don't
Or is
see
that shadowing?
I don't see enough to tell me that's what's happening. And here's the thing. If that's the case, if you believe if there is shadowing on the ground, then realistically, at the altitude this aircraft is, the camera output this thing is, then it's probably fake. Because where it's at in proximity to 24,000 feet off the ground, and the size of this object, probably 10 meters, 20 meters at the most in diameter, it would not be able to cast a shadow that you would cast on that camera on a moving 24,000 foot King Air 350.
Not to mention the reflection on this supposed orb, the sunlight, wouldn't make a shadow there.
Correct. If you believe there's a shadow and you have any kind of people that are smarter than me with video analysis that can determine that's what's happening, then I would believe it's CGI more than realistic.
Well, let me ask you this, because you do believe this is in the sky, this metallic orb, but if I'm correct, you're not believing that this photo is taken in Mosul, Iraq, due to the head-up display on the photo showing UTC time at 0, which is Greenwich Mean Time, if I'm correct.
Well, it's just an impossibility, Dave. We're talking about an aircraft that has about a few hundred miles of range. If the UTC time is England and it took off from England, it's just impossible that it would be over Iraq. Now, it's possible the heads up display is wrong. Somebody could have made an error, human error. It could have been on CENTCOM time, but CENTCOM time is usually set to the ARO, which would be like Ali Deed or whoever, Qatar, whatever's in charge at that time in the region. It would be +4. So, like, that's confusing to me. So there could be multiple things that are fake about this. It could be a fake overlay. It could be a fake CGI orb. There's lots of things that could be fake about this. And the only reason I'm telling you, I'm not saying it is fake because I don't know. That's not what I do. I'm just trying to inform you guys about the way this stuff works. The UTC time, you guys can Google it. Chat, there's 250 of you in the chat. Go Google UTC time. Tell me what +0 is. Look at that heads up display. Tell me I'm wrong. This is not anything I'm telling you that's a secret. That's wrong. And that's where I'm like, right out the gate, I'm like, okay. I need to hear more details to be convinced.
Tim, what's your thoughts?
Well, I wish that I knew what Mosul, Iraq looked like, because if it looked like that background, at least we could cross that off the list and be like, well, hey, you know what? That looks familiar. I can maybe line some of that up. But I'm not familiar enough with that area, unfortunately. But what I am interested in are some of the details that could be true. And so I like to think that some of the previous information that we've gotten has been legitimate, like things that are real. So let's just assume that everything in the frame at least exists. So there is an object there potentially. Now, I'm interested on what kind of object that could be, if that's a real object. How can something that shape move the way it's being portrayed in the video, and along with the story that goes behind it? Now, I understand that there's a classified briefing video and obviously a narrative that goes with that. And along with that, I believe that there was another data point, perhaps some radar. And so I believe this is the sort of stuff that we may get more from, because we know that Corbell likes to drop something and then something else to follow up. And now we know that he is promoting his new show that he is producing with George Knapp, Weaponized. And so through that podcast, perhaps he's going to be following up, because according to that is going to be a regular show. So again, I would just like to assume that we're going to get more information on this and perhaps some corroborating information, which would be great. Because at this point, we have nothing but more questions as usual. But it is incredibly tantalizing. And if taken at face value, I feel it's significant. And I would never discourage information like this from being dropped. We need more information, even with our skeptical minds. We need more information.
I'm just surprised it came out, guys. We were told we were not getting anything. And the fact that this has now dropped, either Jeremy Corbell was holding on to this and waiting for the right time to drop it when him and George Knapp started their own podcast, or there's another leak inside that's still allowing these photos to get out. Random guy, how does that look for you?
Well, in my opinion, so here's the problem I have. The problem I have is I'm the super skeptic, right? And I know how things work. So for me, the problem out the gate is how easy they put this up there. And I've already found some incongruencies with what I'm saying. All right. Now I look forward to hearing more, seeing more. I also noticed that the heads up display is red. That's neither here nor there, but in my experience, that's not the color. I won't say what color it is because then it will give away other stuff. Red is a very rare color. I don't know that I've seen that in an official briefing ever when I've watched heads up displays from drones or anything else ever. Like ever. The fact that UTC is off is questionable. I've never been to Mosul. I have been in the Middle East in combat zones. None of them were as pretty as the picture you're looking at there, but who knows? It's like 10 years later, 12 years later, whatever, right? So I'm not going to say that's not real. But then again, orbs are something we know especially with the naval stuff, is something that has been reported. So orb would be an object we have to pay attention to. Shadowing would cast immediate doubts, lighting off the orb. But again, I'm not even looking at that deep. I'm kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop, like you said. Like, they must have something else to substantiate this, because they got to know there's people like me that are going to look at this and tear it apart and be like, dude, I know that plane didn't come from Iraq or whatever, yada, 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 based on what I'm looking at on the screen. I'm not the only veteran that understands the way the world works. And this is not even top secret or anything like that. You can Google everything I'm saying. It's nothing. It's just stuff people don't know. And I know it. So to me, it's questionable. I want to see what they bring next. I'm hopeful, because if it's legitimate, clearly that's awesome. Like, we need to investigate. But if I can dismiss it, damn well I'm going to do so also.
Yeah. If you're able to suspend your disbelief for a moment, and just take everything here at face value, would you consider this potentially a piece of technology that is ours? Do you think it could be something from somewhere else?
100%. I can tell you it's not ours.
I like that answer. Do you have any more insight that you could share if this was just real?
If it's real, then they're here. It's simple as that. We don't, as far as I'm aware, and again, I don't know everything. I'm just a random guy that knows random things, but I know a lot of things, guys. I know a lot. And I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense scientifically. Now, the shape I remember Dave was on a show either earlier today or yesterday, I don't recall exactly, where someone was talking about a rectangular aircraft and how it doesn't matter the shape, guys. Okay? If we're going down this road, join me in understanding the propulsion systems go beyond gravity. They go beyond friction, air friction. Let's get past that and understand if you all want to come down this rabbit hole, the shape does not effing matter, other than what it means to the aliens, okay, or to us if it's terrestrial. So get over the fact it's a circle, it's a rectangle. It doesn't matter, because if it can bypass this simple mechanisms of air friction or water friction or whatever, or gravity, it doesn't matter what the shape is, right? It doesn't have to be aerodynamic.
Right. Linger with me here for a moment, and theorize perhaps further with your background and understanding. What would be the purpose and understanding? Of course, now scale may not matter if we're talking about something that's ET. Scale is not important either. So what do you think the potential of that object could be if it was ET?
If I go based on the human use of that shape, and allow me to not be specific, but that specific shape of a sphere, the human use of that is analysis of the atmospheric conditions and reconnaissance. It is not based to have an interjection into whatever is happening. Humans use those shapes to do atmospheric, sorry, I'm not pronouncing it correctly, if you will, atmospheric analysis. Basically, they want to know the weather, what is the air pressure, what is this, and it's reconnaissance.
So you feel it could be
if it's an alien, I feel like if this is extraterrestrial, if you want me to go all the way there, I will. Yeah. If this is extraterrestrial, they probably use an advanced version of what we use, which is remarkably similar, and I won't elaborate, to determine what is actually going on down there. And they probably release them from a larger ship, and it goes down, it does reconnaissance, it gathers the data they need, can measure radiation, RF interference, hostilities, atmospheric conditions, etc., and then go back up to the ship and give them a real-time report.
Right. And so this shape also demonstrates what, I'm sorry, Dave, did I walk on you there?
No, yeah, you did, but that's okay.
Sorry.
Finish up.
I was going to say this demonstrates and imitates what we also saw with the Omaha, with another release from Jeremy Corbell, where we saw something become and go from the sky and went into water theoretically.
Cool.
And so transmedium is a new thing, kind of a new term. Do you feel that this potentially could be the same sort of thing with that same sort of potential?
Yes, I believe anything that is a sphere is for analysis and reconnaissance,
Okay.
not to interact with us if it is in fact extraterrestrial.
Thank you. Over to you, Dave.
All right. Dark Protocol has a comment that I put up on the screen. He says UTC time is just the current UTC time. There is nothing to stop it from displaying UTC +0. Just because the craft is in Iraq doesn't mean the time code would also adjust to local time.
What does that even mean?
That's what I'm asking you.
UTC time is replacing GMT. If you can go Google it. It doesn't take, you don't have to be in the military to know this. Go Google what UTC 0 is, and then look at Google Iraq UTC time. It'll probably say +3 or +4.
Right. And does it automatically adjust to local time? Because I think what Dark Protocol is saying here is that just because it's in Iraq doesn't mean that the code would adjust to local time.
Unfortunately, I can't specify why I know that's not accurate.
Okay.
And I'll leave it like that.
It's a good question, though. Okay.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can only refer you to Google. And just trust me, bro. Like, it's one of those. Unfortunately, I can't go deeper than that.
UTC in Iraq is +3.
Okay, so did you Google that?
Yes.
So am I accurate or am I false?
That would show accuracy.
Right. I think
Okay.
the question, and I mean, specifically, we're talking about would the flight onboard tech adjust automatically to local time?
No, because the purpose of Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to make this as clear as possible. The whole reason we use UTC is so that if the president of the United States is in Washington, D.C., no matter where in the world something is happening, with the plus or minus, we know exactly the geographic time code, regardless of, seasons, anything. It's the same way we use military time. So there's no differentiation. You use UTC military time at all time. All the SEALs do. Everybody in special ops does. Most of the people in the military do, except for the stupid ones. I'm just kidding. There's no stupid people. That was mean. Basically, it's a way so you never mess it up. We know exactly where you are in the world because it has nothing to do with the seasons or where you are personally right now. If I hear +3, I know you're in Iraq, period.
Interesting. Okay.
And that's why I know it's a mistake for that comment.
And so the tech would adjust to local time. So if this
It
camera
would either
was in
be the
Iraq, it
local
would say
time.
+3.
So here's the thing. I know for unmanned, they can maintain UTC from the point of launch. I'm not saying it's impossible, and there definitely could definitely be mistakes. I wasn't on that airplane.
I understand why.
But just so we're clear, there were men on that airplane.
Okay.
Or women, what have you, people, humans on that aircraft flying for hours. And there's no way that aircraft could have gone from England to Iraq. So if they took off from Iraq, or I can't say where, that's close by, and we're doing reconnaissance, there's absolutely 0% chance, not zero, but like it's super unlikely, dude. Super unlikely they made that mistake, because this is a permanent intelligence record. Right. To not say your clock right, come on, bro.
No, thank you for clarifying that. That actually helped a lot.
I'm trying to impress upon you how unlikely that is. It's not impossible, but it's so unlikely.
Right.
That I can't wrap my head around it.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Back over to you, Dave.
I'm still wondering, when this came out. How long has Corbell been holding on to this video?
Well, I was going to ask, is it the first time you've seen it?
Right?
Sorry, there was cross streaming there. Random guy, go ahead.
I believe the video is 2016.
I'm wondering if this was one of the videos that he was holding on to, because he did say he was given a number of videos, and we know that the Navy came out and said, you're not getting any more. We know the Army hasn't really released any, and the Air Force definitely has not released any. So I'm wondering if this is a video that has been
It's at
sitting
least
there
7
waiting
years
for
old.
the.
We know
Yeah.
that.
No,
But we-
I understand. I understand that. But a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Jeremy was releasing other videos from the Navy, we knew he was getting it from a source within Washington, D.C. And I'm wondering if this was one he held on specifically for the start of his podcast with George Knapp.
Wouldn't surprise me for monetary gain.
What do you think, Tim?
Well, I'm really curious if the Mandela effect is taking place here on this, because when I saw this, felt like I'd seen it before somewhere. And I was wondering if anyone else out there felt the same way. And I'm like, is this just Mandela effect like taking place, you know? But when I saw this, it looked familiar to me. I was like, oh, it's that. And that's why at first I discounted it, feeling like it had been in the public purview at one point and just been tossed. But I don't know. I honestly felt like I had seen it before somewhere. I don't know. Am I alone on that? I could be.
I'm catching up on the chat. And all the people that seemingly hate. The more I tell them, the more they hate me. I love this.
Well, you know what? It comes down to.
This is
you know,
hilarious.
Well, it comes down to that a lot of people have had their wool pulled over their eyes by people who are saying the same thing you are. But on the flip side, for our listeners,
What am I saying that everybody? I'm literally telling you guys what's BS.
Right. I think that's the story, is that UFO
no, it
guys,
has nothing to do with that. Has everything to do with the fact that these people, a lot of them who've followed the podcasts and radio shows over time, are tired of NDA people saying, I can't tell you, but believe me. We'll get into it in an after show here. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you for everyone tuning us in on YouTube, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, Twitch, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. So what I was going to finish saying there is the fickle attitude of some in the chat room, and I say that with all due respect, is because they've heard "I can't tell you, but trust me" a lot,
Right.
and a lot of them feel scorned.
I literally
And-
said that as a joke to try to actually relate to them.
Oh, I don't. I'm
Like the
just
trust
explaining.
me bro meme that we all know from the internet, right? And I was saying that because of the irony that they don't know me, and that's why I'm saying that. That's all. It's all in fun. I hope you guys know I literally don't gain anything from this. I'm just enjoying the topic like you guys are, and I'm trying to help. the best I can. That's literally it.
Yeah.
I gain nothing. I don't have a channel. I don't do anything. I
Yeah.
don't feel cool for doing this. I'm helping my buddies out.
And I want to say this in regards to it, okay? The one thing that people have always been able to trust about us, whether you agree with our guests or not, we always vet them. We vet every guest that comes on this show. Do some slip through our fingertips at times? Sure they do. That's always going to happen. We're not perfect. Okay. But in the seriousness of what we are talking about with Random Guy here, I can assure you 100% that he has been vetted by myself, by Tim, and we are very comfortable in bringing him in. And much like I've told all of you guys with Lou Elizondo at times, sometimes Random Guy is going to give you the answers without giving you the answers. All you have to do is read between the lines of what he is saying and what he is not saying. So sometimes it's a little cryptic, but I think we're all smart enough to know to do that. And if you have any questions, just ask them. That's all we could say. But I can guarantee
I'm literally
you,
here for you guys, man. That's it.
yes.
So take it or leave it.
Oh,
And
we're
I
taking it.
I think if everything goes my way soon, people are gonna look back on these streams and be like, "Oh, that was the guy." When I'm a little more known,
Oh, yes.
if everything works out.
Yeah. Any phone calls today?
I did not get the phone call tonight, but I anticipate tomorrow I will. And then
Yeah.
everything could be different. Might be coming to a TV near you all.
Yes.
Timmy's my agent, so you got to talk to him.
Here's a question for you. I like Random Guy, says the Washington Husky. But how can Corbell release sensitive information as a civilian without going to prison?
For several reasons. One thing, Corbell doesn't have a sworn affidavit to the U.S. government that he will never talk about it. And that's a big thing. As far as I know, Corbell was never active duty military. As far as I know, Corbell was never a U.S. government contractor who signed off on, NDAs and whatnot. So any information he comes by, ethically, and who knows what UFOs, depending on where you're saying, I'm not judging, but ethically, it's up to him. He has no legal obligation to hide any information he comes across. Now, the people he gets the information from, they're not careful, and they were briefed, and they're telling him stuff that was classified. They're in big trouble. Trust me, big trouble. I know of a Navy SEAL. Let me tell you guys. You guys want some story time? Here's some story time for you.
Drop.
And this is okay. Here's the story time for you. I know of a Navy SEAL who shall remain nameless, who's quite famous. Most of you know who he is. He wrote a book about doing something really cool that he did. And this Navy SEAL, in that book, gave away classified information. Now, he's so well known, the government made a decision to not prosecute him, but what they did do was come after to revenues of that book. And every dollar that book makes goes to the U.S. government. So that's the best case scenario if you're famous enough, because they don't want to arrest that guy. If you're not, they're coming for you. Believe me, if you're not that level of famous.
Makes sense.
Got a nice long conversation with OSI about that one. They thought it was funny as hell. I didn't think it was funny. I was like, okay, so I guess I'm not supposed to talk about this stuff. They're like, nope. I was like, copy. Copy that. I will speculate on things I was not involved with. Anything I was, I'm not saying a damn word. Because F that. I got a life to live.
That's usually the way it goes.
But yeah, that's some real stuff. That's some real stuff. So Corbell, back to the original question, is not bound by any agreement that I'm aware of or NDA that the government would be able to enforce. It'd be his sources that would have to worry about that.
Atlantis is found as saying, tell us some more we don't know, please.
But don't you guys, I feel like, and this is me being honest with you, Dave, I feel like your chat, I'm new to this stuff. I'm new to the ufology / paranormal / like I'm new to this. This is not my game. But that's why I feel like I have something to add, because I'm skeptical. And so you guys probably know a ton more stuff than I do about everything that we want to look at. Like Timmy every day tells me something when we talk. He sends me links, whatever. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even know about that. Let me look at that. But what I'm able to do is when he brings me something that I've never heard of, I can go, okay, that's BS. That's real. That's BS. And that's what I'm great at, because I'm objective, I'm educated, and I know what I'm looking at. And so my whole purpose, as I've said every single stream I've been on, is just to eliminate stuff that's a waste of your guys' time so we can focus on what might be real. That's what I'm here for. But you got to be more specific. You got to be more specific. I'm not just got to buy my book when I put it out. I'm just kidding.
Gotta buy my book. The famous line by every author who comes
If
on
I
this
ever
show.
I don't know. I'm joking. I don't have a book. But you guys get what I'm saying, I hope.
Maybe Timmy does. Timmy's on mute. Hold on. There you go, Timmy.
All right.
How about chat ask specific questions? Because Tim's about to ask me 15 questions. I can already see the look on his face. So if you guys have your questions, make sure you get them into the chat, or Tim's going to dominate the convo right now.
Yeah, I'm going to editing mode so Tim can speak.
I had a comment more than a question at this point. I was just going to say, because Doug Shelby had brought it up and I felt it was kind of, it rang true. That
Who's Doug Shelby?
Doug Shelby. Yeah.
The Doug Shelby.
Exactly. The Doug Shelby in the chat brought up a really great point that, and I think it not only does the chat represent themselves here, but the community, I think, also feels this way, that they're always being told that it's our tech and that there's nothing to see here. And so it's really frustrating to, it's great that you're coming on and confirming all of that. But I think what we're dying to hear is, okay, we're cool with everything that we don't need to worry about. Let's talk about the stuff that,
Right.
we can talk about. And as hard as it is for Dave and myself to know the right questions to ask to get those stories out of you, I feel like at some point we'll get there. But I would also like to consider that maybe, like Dave is kind of saying, maybe it is story time at some point where you're like, here's something that I can talk about, and maybe you could present it in a fictional way where you change everything about it, but just keep
do that for days.
but just keep the detail of the event perhaps real, but just fictionalize everything else that you can so that you can maintain your NDA, obviously.
Right. Yeah, I could talk for days. First of all, I'm cruising through the chat, and real quick, Thomas O'Keefe said top secret clearance expires after 10 years. Tom, that's not true. It's 5 years. If you have a TS, it's every 5 years. It's 10 years for a secret. It's 5 years for a TS. Not that I would know what I'm talking about, right? But yeah. Anyways, I got lots of stories.
Hold on 1 second here, guys, because I got to make an edit for a swear word here. I got to find it.
Hopefully it wasn't mine.
Northeast, southwest of
Missoula. Yes.
The Bitterroots. It's the Bitterroot Mountains.
Jenny said, I think you want to alter your presentation. You sound like you're talking down to us. I'm not talking down to you guys. I'm sorry if it comes off that way. That's not what I'm. I'm only talking down to Tim.
And I'm used to it.
I'm not talking down to you guys. So if it comes off that way, I'm not cool, guys. I just did cool stuff. That's it. So I apologize if it came off that way. I'm definitely not talking down. You guys know a lot more than I do. And I'm being 100%. Like, we're hanging. You come meet me in Vegas. I'm going to go to the Vegas party. You can meet me. You'll see it. I'm the class clown. I don't take myself that seriously. I would never speak down to somebody intentionally. So if it came off that way, I apologize.
You should
I'm
never
just trying to
read the
tell.
chat.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it is, and I know what I know, and so I don't mean that to be derogatory or talking down.
1 second here. Camouflage.
Well, I still wear hunting, but as far as like, I had a camouflage coat that I would wear out to the guy at a thrift store in high school.
Oh yeah, nobody would do
And it
this.
was a sweet coat. And I just got sick of that joke, so I stopped wearing it.
Doug said weather balloons. No, I'm not going to talk about weather balloons.
Something in my town, the Maserati, camouflage Maserati riding around my town.
Oh, I gotta say, like, do you guys want to hear the facts, or you want a good story? Like the swamp stories are good stories, but like, I'm here to give you guys the real deal. That's the difference. So when I come on a show, it's kind of like, I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to bring facts. And I'm not trying to talk down to you or anything else. I really not, but I'm just trying to get to the point. So I'm not going to make grandiose stories for you guys. I'm just going to get to the point.
Give me 2 seconds. I got to find this edit.
It's some ghetto ass
I think it's a rat.
spray paint job. Okay.
I think it's
Well,
a rat.
it probably looks pretty good then.
Yeah,
This
it
is
does
the
look-
lady who wants to volunteer to honeypot. She better be super hot.
somebody takes a Maserati. But
It's got to be a pretty hot girl to honeypot me.
Maserati.
yeah, for sure. Well, he's one of them Vancouver transplants.
I'm already
Vancouver
paying $2,000 a month to my ex-wife.
Those
It'd
barbarians.
take a lot for me to go down that road again.
Our town, man, you don't know. I'm like you, okay? Live in the wilderness, like, oh yeah, I have like 8 big. There's gonna be a cat up there. I know
Yeah.
there's.
But that's why we have a bunch of.
the-
Actually, should have let you answer before I said.
I'm always supposed to recognize a random guy amongst a plethora of randoms. I'll be the ugliest guy there. You'll know me when you see me.
hold on, random guy. Hold on, I just got to
don't
do that.
speak? Got it. No worries. My bad.
But that's why we have a bunch of dogs around, just peeing and pooping everywhere. What are FCC rules? Can I say
Nope.
piss and shit, or is
No.
it
Oh, there it is.
Nope.
piss and shit, or is
Nope.
it
Nope.
piss and rules? Can I say
Nope.
piss? Can I say?
Nope.
What are FCC rules? Oh, sorry.
Nope.
Sorry.
Good.
Actually, should have let you answer before.
There we go. Okay, sorry guys.
No, see, that's why I stopped cussing on your show, to save you that time.
Yep.
I gave you my word and I've upheld it.
I appreciate that, random guy.
I have a potty mouth by nature. It's hard when you're in the military for so long to not be that way.
I think what'll happen here, just for my audience sake, you got to realize random guy is brand new to this. Let him get comfortable. Give him time to get comfortable and relax behind the microphone and everything like that. Because I can tell you right now, he is the real deal.
Thanks, Dave. It's a great endorsement.
Well, I'd still drop an elbow on you, but
If you keep this up, I'll just take my talents to the History Channel.
wow. Wow. Good old random guy.
Timmy's like, too soon.
What's the story? Don't count your chickens till they hatch.
I don't have any chickens. I just have hopes and dreams. Chat, bring us some questions. Come on.
Yeah,
You guys are
questions would be great.
220 8 people and no one's asking questions. That makes me nervous.
Hey, have you ever heard of anybody having what's considered the hitchhiker effect?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
Where you have a UAP or UFO experience, or perhaps even a ghost or Bigfoot experience, I'm now learning. And once you have that initial experience, you start having more and more all the time. But in particular with the UFO, it's once you've had an experience within a UFO, you're kind of like on their radar and you're seeing them more often and things like that. It's the hitchhiker effect, if you will.
Okay.
It hitchhikes
So is this the
into your
same
life.
thing as people that are abducted and then they become like
No,
continually abducted?
no.
Or
You could even
different?
just see something in the sky or have an experience. And like in particular, people at Skinwalker Ranch, I think this is where maybe it started, where people would go to the ranch and they may not have an experience necessarily while they're on the ranch at Skinwalker, but when they go home, there's a wolf in their backyard smoking a cigar, looking through their back window or something.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, there's a psychosis to that, right? Like when we start anticipating things or wanting things or believing in things, you're gonna start
For sure.
manifest. You're gonna manifest it in one way or the other.
Have you heard of anyone having something legit though?
Me personally, no, and I'll just clarify for chat. I kind of mentioned to you, but I'll just say it out loud. My experience, you guys, is knowing a great deal about how this world works and like what we actually know practically terrestrially. My experience is not alien, UFO, abduction, ghost, paranormal at all. That's not my background. So like the things I know, the things I can't talk about, is the reason I can't talk about it is because it's man-made and I have obligations. And that's why. So when you ask me about anything to do with what people are doing mentally, psychologically, I just can't, I really just don't know. Like it's out of my purview of information I've ever gathered or things that were briefed to me. That wasn't what I did.
Yeah. And did you ever hear of any programs? You know how we hear about MK Ultra and things like that. Did you ever hear of any programs like that? Because
tons of them.
Can you elaborate?
Only into the point that they're there, and they've every pseudoscience, every possibility, paranormal or otherwise, they've tested at some point. Every single one in an official capacity has been tested, and that's what I know. Nothing other than that specifically.
Within your purview, are you comfortable ruling out human capability having anti-gravity at this point in any of our tech?
No comment.
That was a biggie. I hope to slip it in there. I wasn't sure if I'd get an answer. Okay.
I've told you that probably 3 times now.
Yeah, I know. I love that.
But that's
question.
fine. You can ask as many times as you want. I have no knowledge of what you're speaking about.
I really want a land speeder before I croak, or maybe a jet bike. If you can,
wouldn't that be great? I want one
hover.
too, but I still can't comment on it. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Cool. So the technology that we just were talking about earlier today, the potentials of something like that. Do you have any insight onto, like, since obviously, anti-gravity and things like that are very much the pie in the sky as far as energy goes. Do you
Sci-fi.
have
Yep.
sci-fi? Yeah, and it's like the dream, right? Anti-gravity and that sort of thing. So if that was a real image displayed by Jeremy Corbell and his team, the implications there are that orb would be displaying capabilities that are unusual.
Correct.
Do you have any theories as to any kind of tech that could be displaying that we could be misinterpreting?
100%. It's either... No, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no. I was just going to include, like, I wanted to just rule out drone because I was hoping that we could.
In my best opinion, because I don't know what that is on that picture. They put me on a polygraph. I don't know. Never seen that in my life. I don't know what that is. I will tell you, based on my totality as a human being, with no specificity to why, that's either, if it is real, if that is in fact an orb moving at those speeds, at that location, at those times, and it does what it does, it's 100% an EM power plant, and there's no other explanation, and anybody would be able to tell you that, even somebody that watches Star Trek.
Okay, Dave, did you want to kick in anything here?
I'm editing. This
You're
is the
editing?
Tim show right now.
Oh,
It's the Tim
it's
show.
okay. There was a case in particular that I was wanting to get your take on. And for whatever reason, I'm forgetting. But I will. Oh, yeah. Have you seen any of the videos from Malta?
Not recently. Nothing that I'm aware of. Is there something I should be aware of?
No, there's nothing new, but I was wondering if you had an opinion on the existing videos they have of the UFOs.
It's kind of like a lot of this stuff I do an analysis of deduction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I start with the video itself. If it's a military craft or something, a heads-up display, obviously I scrutinize that first. If not, then I look at the point of view of it. Does the audio match it? And I go from there. And then I look at the background. I need to isolate the location, the time of day, because all of this stuff matters when you get it. And there's video professionals I'm not that guy. They can tell you based on shadowing and pixel movement if it's CGI or not. I can't do that. But like when I watch a video, there's a lot of things I can do that within seconds, like we've seen TikTok, there's probably 1 million fake videos of UFOs, right? Where people just do it to have fun. And so I analyze the basics to figure that out. As far as Malta or anywhere else in the world, it's still the same criteria for me. It's like, does it fit the shape, description, shadowing, audio, resolution? And I go through that and I'm like, okay, maybe that one's legit. But that's literally like 1 out of 100 where I'm like, we need to look at that one. 99 out of 100, I'm like, fake or us or whatever.
Okay, and in particular, how did you feel about Avi Loeb's analysis of what we saw in the Ukraine with the Russians declaring a UFO?
I don't believe it. I don't believe
I don't
it.
either.
Based on the hype or based on the video?
Both. I haven't seen. There's nothing that indicates to me that that's extraterrestrial. It's either CGI or something terrestrial they manipulated or took out of context in the video.
What are the
In my opinion, and again, this is I don't know, not with certainty, but I'm a gambling man. I would say no. It's not real.
Do we often get UFOs in military airspace
Yes.
during wartime activity?
Well, it's funny because you've heard of the fog of war, which is usually like you don't know what's going on over the mountain, right?
Right.
But there's also a fog of war where you get so many, like well, I can't get too specific, but I've been in combat, and you get the Air Force doing their thing, the Army doing their thing, the Navy doing their thing, you know what I mean? And you got 5 different entities running, and then on top of that, then you have special ops, and no one they don't. And then on top of it, you got the NSA and the CIA running their drones. And it's like you have so many layers of things that if you're doing operations and you're on the ground taking a video or fighting, it's virtually, you just need to know your air support is there. But there could be 10 other things in the sky that are terrestrial that are just doing their job that you never heard of or thought of. You know what I mean? So like the fog of war applies to a lot to people in combat. You'll see a lot of people in combat. One of the times I was deployed, I saw something that blew my mind, and I was like, for sure, I just saw a UFO, like 100%, like UFO contact. They're here, right? And then I found out years later, oh, never mind. that wasn't a UFO, and I won't elaborate, but just to give you an idea, like I was convinced for years. I told people I saw an alien, and then I figured out, okay, it wasn't an alien, and I'll leave it at that. But you get what I'm saying. Like I had conclusive evidence based on where I was, when it happened. Okay, I just didn't know what I was looking at. You know what I mean? And that happens. That happens a lot.
And I think that's fair. But we've heard so many stories, and even historically, even back in Vietnam, there were stories of UFOs on the YZ and things like that, where the military supposedly fired on things in the sky, and then the next day the same shells were fired back at them, and things like that. And so we have these bizarre, straight up bizarre stories.
No, I'm joking, but
right. But at the same rate, we can't fully discount it, and so
I get it.
But I was kind of leaning towards my question more along the lines of, is there any way or any story that you feel you could validate after your research that you're still scratching your head from? And do you feel that those historical stories, as bizarre as they may sound, could potentially hold some water and truth?
Well, my grandfather was in the Battle of LA.
What? That massive...
my grandfather was in the Navy in the Battle of LA when they shot at the UFOs.
Whoa.
He was there. He was stationed out of Seal Beach, California, when that happened. And so he told me some stories about that. And he was, again, this is anecdotal, right? Because it's a story for telephone game, one guy to another.
Yeah, but that's a good story.
But it was my grandfather, and he was there. I have evidence. I have pictures. Like, I know he's not full of crap, right? He was there.
Yeah.
And he told me about that. He's like, no, because I gave him shit about that. And sorry. Oh, wait, you're not recording on the radio anymore. Anyways, but in the 90s, we discussed that before he passed away. And when I was in high school, I would joke about that with him. Like, so tell me about when you shot at the aliens, Grandpa, and all that kind of stuff. And he had all the pictures in the world. He was there. I know he was there. But he was convinced that was aliens that they were shooting at. And so it's weird because, you take his experience, and I'm like, well, he's old. They were just too dumb to understand what they were looking at back then, right? Like, they don't, like, you just, when you're young, you make excuses. Old people are dumb and young people are smart. When you're young, you think you're invincible and you're the smartest person in the world. And now that I'm older, I understand how things can be misconstrued and misunderstood. But yeah, I don't know. But he was 100% convinced as an eyewitness to the event that was there. And he gave me details about it that were congruent with what you saw online. But he's like, no, trust me. Like, it was they were like, we were afraid for our lives. And at first we thought it was the Japanese, and then we realized this is something totally different, extraterrestrial. He was convinced.
Any description?
Just the lights in the sky and how they were coming in, because they came in formations, he was saying. So he's like, it wasn't like a flare or something innate that you would mistake as a single entity in the sky. He said it was formation. So initially they thought it was possibly Japanese or whatever attack. And then they realized these are lights, but they make no sound. And so when he would tell that story, he's like, we started shooting and then realized, wait, these aren't planes. He was very adamant. These are lights without it. There's no propellers, right? And we're talking back in the day. So there wouldn't have been another means at that time, human-wise. So I believe him in that capacity. But it's just so crazy because him and all his friends and hundreds of dudes that responded to this were convinced. And then after it came down, he told me straight up. He's like, that's it. They did an after action report. They asked what each person did. How many rounds did you fire? What weapon did you fire? All that stuff. And then the military came in and said, cool, that's it. You don't talk about it again. Thanks. Wow. And then the military dropped their version, and you're hard pressed to find a guy that was there to tell you something different. But that's what my grandfather told me, and he was there.
And so did the objects in the sky, did he say if they reacted to them being fired
He said
upon?
No, he said it had zero impact. He's like, we couldn't hit them. They were too high, and then they would come in low, and they couldn't discern the shape of the aircraft, that they were simply lights, and they were completely structured as though they were a military flight. So if you know how militaries fly, they fly in different formations, right? They fly two apart, they fly diamond, they do different things depending on the kind of attack or reconnaissance they're going to do so that they can avoid ground fire. And
so
he
their
was,
movement was they would
yes.
go up and down in
He
kind
said
of
the
a
movement was
circle?
congruent with our military's movements, but it was at a speed that we weren't capable of, and they made no sound.
Hmm.
He was convinced it was aliens.
And what about
Afterwards,
the part of the story where there was shrapnel that injured people?
I'm not familiar with that. My grandfather sustained nothing like that.
Was there anyone injured as far as your grandfather knew?
He never spoke about it. He just talked about how crazy it was that they thought the Japanese were attacking and ended up shooting at crazy lights that were aliens. That was basically how he told the story over and over.
And were they saying aliens at the time amongst themselves?
Yes. He said about 10 minutes into the attack, when they realized they weren't being fired upon, they just stopped firing. And the light still persisted, and then they disappeared.
Were they commanded to fire and stop firing?
Well, they were on alert. At that time, if you go back in history, they were on alert because we didn't know. We didn't have satellites and stuff, right?
It could be Japan.
So they thought potentially it could be an attack.
Mm-hmm.
They were, and if you go to California now, you don't see anything but a bunch of ships sitting out there. But back in the day, they were ready to go. Like, it could happen as far as they were concerned.
And so you were pretty convinced by the story that your grandpa was telling you, or not?
I believe him.
What was the most convincing aspect of the story that you may not have already shared?
It's not that I didn't share it. It's just the simple fact that this is a man that we're talking very conservative, went to church every Sunday, would die for his country, like the most 1950s, template you could ever build. You know what I mean, of a man. And he wasn't bragging about it. It wasn't anything. It was just one of those things that eventually came up in conversation where I'd be like, what did you do when you were in the Navy? Because when I was a teenager, I was going to go in the Army. Like, I'm going to join the Army. He's like, oh, I was in the Navy, and we start having those conversations, and a little bit leads to a little bit. And so we had that conversation, and I got to that one, and because I started researching, and I'm like, well, what happened here with, because he would joke. Before that, he said they called it the Battle of Long Beach. And I'm like, what do you mean the Battle of Long Beach before the Battle of LA? And this is how you know it's a real Navy guy that's telling you the truth. He would literally say the battle was we'd have to go out and drink and meet girls and be back to roll call at the boat at 6 a.m. and that's how you know it's a real guy telling a real story, right? Like, he's like, nah, the only combat I saw was shooting at UFOs. And that's how that story progressed. And it was kind of funny. Like, he never actually fought in combat outside of being part of the battery that was shooting at UFOs, ironically.
Okay.
Did anyone else talk to your dad about it? Was he ever spoken to directly about his experience? And then actually, you'd mentioned photographs. Did he personally have photographs? And if so, do you still have them?
I have photographs, yes. Not of the incident, just of him on the ships and being at that time. Yeah, I don't have any. No, not at that night. They thought they were under. No one was taking pictures. They were literally in full. We're at war for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. They thought that was it. Like, we're fighting. And then they realized we're shooting at lights, and then command came down and told them something to the effect of, you guys are shooting at stars or something.
Hey, do you know if we have the Men in Black or anything like that, or any organization like that?
As far as like the alien version of MIB?
No, not assume that, but I mean something that is along the historical MIB as far as.
You mean government officials that show up to people's house to persuade them to talk or not talk about topics?
Yes.
I won't say for sure, but I would bet my life on it. Yes.
Okay.
And that's for someone that knows not for sure that that's a thing. I would almost guarantee that it has existed at some point.
And do you feel like there would be still moles in even our community? Obviously, they're in political
100%.
realms, but would they care about this community enough to drop real moles, CIA moles, into this community just to see what's
For
going on?
disinformation purposes only. And
Yeah.
the only reason, as I mentioned, alluded to before, I don't think those moles or misinformation people are here to like actually mess with the people of the community. I think it's to keep them away from actual projects we have.
Okay. And if, let's assume at some point the US had bodies and craft, where do you think it would exist now?
I can't comment.
Okay. What about the concept of reverse engineering? Is that, in your opinion, would that be in the hands of private industry?
It would be government led by contractors. And the reason they do that is because anything the government does has to be reported. If you hire a contractor to do it, they can reverse engineer anything they want under proprietary secrets, and it's not disclosed.
Right.
And that's why I believe that.
Gary Nolan is going to be on the show tomorrow night, and Dave's going to do a fabulous interview with him. But Gary has been talking about metamaterials and that he has had access to some that he felt were mundane, and then he had access to some that just didn't make sense, that everything would line up the way they do. And it's very interesting.
What do you mean by line up? I have to ask.
So on a molecular level, there would be striations of different base elements that normally wouldn't happen in nature.
We were talking about composites.
Yep. Yeah, but they were considered metamaterials, and they potentially were from craft.
But a metamaterial composite is still just a composite. It's just using an alloy of metal instead of the carbon that we're used to.
Right. I guess my question wasn't so much as to whether it was more along the lines of, do you think that we have recovered metamaterials from craft? From
personally,
outside the planet? Yes.
My opinion? Yeah. My opinion is that the Germans had a lot of stuff that we got in the 40s. And that maybe 70 to 80% of what we've moved on to at this point, technology came from that. And perhaps they may have had some of that kind of stuff. I don't believe the United States or any of our allies has, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I haven't seen anything that would indicate to me that something new has happened since then. But I believe there was a very big catalyst that the Germans were holding back, and that's why we ended up with atomic power, rockets, etc., space travel immediately after taking what they had.
Got a bunch of questions here from our audience for you there, now that Tim has decided to take a breath.
Sorry, man.
I love you, Timmy. I love you, Timmy.
Let's go to Deb. Random guy, do you know if cloning humans is real and happening?
I know we can do it. I haven't heard of it happening. I know it's possible, 100%.
All right. Starfish, do we have the TR-3B triangle craft?
No comment.
You ever seen a triangle?
Yeah, I used to play one in the high school band.
I could see you doing that.
And the bell choir.
You're the kind of guy who runs home to dad and says, "Hey, I made the team," and you're like, "What team?" "I made the triangle on the band, man."
Yeah, don't ask me about specific assets, please. I'm not going to answer.
Do you know? Erica is wondering if you know about the David Adair story.
Not familiar. Maybe heard of it, but I don't know the name. Again, I'm new to the area, this subject.
Okay.
I've done, well, you guys have been studying books and hearsay. I've been doing real stuff. And that's not to talk down. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to convert my knowledge over to all this.
David Adair, when he was 16 or 17, was an amateur rocketeer who apparently built a rocket, was contacted by the military, said, "We want you to aim it over at this place," and literally shot a rocket into Nellis Air Force Range at Area 51.
Never heard of that. And that's Markham.
Okay.
He's a Navy. That's a Navy guy, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Eric?
All right. Starfish, do you think we're developing UAP countermeasures?
I would assume we have action plans if we are to encounter them. I don't know of anything specific where it's happened. So, I mean, that would be we have plans for everything. Yellowstone blowing up, asteroid hitting the Earth. Like, there's literally an action plan for everything. So it would be stupid to think they don't have one for UAPs going afoul. I would assume they do.
Wants to know what you know about Sasquatch.
We got same size feet. That's all I know. I wear size 16.
Mark him again. I guess when you were talking to Tim, what were the largest guns used? 5 inches or bigger?
The largest what?
Guns.
I don't know.
In LA, during the LA UFO incident.
Oh, I honestly don't know what they were using. I'm going off of hearsay from my grandfather. I never inquired specifically. I could only estimate and go back and Google it the way you guys could of what they had back then.
Raz is asking, is the NDAA effective to bring people to talk about the topic?
What does that even mean?
The government has NDAA for whistleblowers.
Oh. I don't know. I just don't talk. I tell you guys when I can't talk about something. If it's not something that relates to me, I give my opinion. If that makes sense. I know some of the chat's pissed off at me. I can see, but I'm really just keeping it 100 with you guys. 100% honest. If I can't talk about it, I say no comment. Whatever. If I can, I give you my best input I can, and leave it at that. I'm not the oracle. I don't know everything in the world, but I know a lot of stuff.
Okay, 1 second here. Atlantis, we've had enough now. I've put up with it. We've had enough now. Remember, our chat room is not a democracy. It is a Davocracy. I make the rules. Enough. All right? You've made the same comment about 30 times tonight. That's it. Thank you.
What's he saying?
Nothing. Nothing of importance. Call Me Bob is asking, would your NDA ever be trumped by the benefit of to humanity?
Yeah, I'll be clear with you guys. If my family or the greater good was a danger, I would, at that point, because part of my oath to support my country was to defend our freedom and defend the citizens. So if I ever felt like any secrets that I held were putting our citizens or my family at risk, I would not give a shit. And I would just tell you guys. I can tell you confidently that all the secrets I hold keep you all safe and will continue to keep you all safe after I'm long gone. And that's why I respect my confidentiality and commitments.
Starfish, are there any special ops for archaeological digs?
I've heard there is, but again, this is out of my purview. I'm more of a aerospace guy than that kind of stuff. I've heard there is, but it's all speculation and rumor. I don't have confirmation of it.
Thomas is asking, what was your job? Like air battle manager?
That sounds cooler than what my job actually was. I actually had multiple jobs. So I've worked in various aspects, and that's the reason I have the picture I do. I didn't just do like one thing. It's not like I joined the military, learned something, and then came out as a know-it-all. I did multiple things through decades as both military, federal employee, contractor at all kinds of places, and that's why I know the big picture of things. That's what you guys are getting here, a perspective of somebody who did it for over 20 years in various places. It was able to compare and contrast differences of those places and try to pass you guys on useful knowledge that doesn't put any of my obligations at risk.
Jenny says you're doing great now.
Oh, thank you, Jenny, because she thought I was talking down to her earlier, which I know I have that. Sometimes I'm that guy, but I don't mean to be that guy. It's just I'm trying to be concise, okay? And
Right.
like when I'm trying to be concise, sometimes it comes off that way. I don't mean to insult anybody, and I'm the first one to admit 90% of your chat knows way more than I do about this. I just know what I know.
Applesauce is asking, are rockets mostly hydrogen oxygen propulsion?
Rockets? What's that? Rockets? Yeah.
Rockets.
Yeah, rockets, yeah. Because guess what? You don't need a rocket if you have a different propulsion. That's the secret. You don't need a rocket. You can use EM or you can use anti-gravity if you have that technology, hypothetically. You don't need it to be a specific shape or have a specific capacity. It just has to generate the propulsion based on the system.
Awesome. We'll go to the top of the hour, and then we'll call it the night. Pam Smith, how are you?
Lots of weather balloons and swamp gas. Yep. You know me, Doug. You figured it out. You know what's funny? I've never seen a weather balloon. In over 2 decades, I never saw a single weather balloon. I saw some crazy stuff, but never a weather balloon. So that's comical to me.
Let's see. Thomas, brave question. What was your Air Force job title?
We'll leave that be. It's not really relevant. Yeah. It's not relevant.
Not right now. Dave, what the hell is in your hand? It's my back scratcher. My back bear claw. It's fucking awesome. Scratches everything. Gets in deep. Feels good. Let's see here.
I'll just tell you this about the Air Force. I worked with all you need to know is I worked with every single aircraft in the Air Force that ever existed. I'll leave it at that.
Remember him saying ever existed. Tony in the UK is asking, what is random guy's thoughts about my labs?
Oh, is that the abduction stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. I don't want to think about it. If they come from me, I'll probably end up Epsteined or something. I wouldn't want to even think about that being a reality.
Mr. Duty or Dewey, does being on the brink of nuclear war correlate with all this info coming out on the news?
No. Absolutely not. And we're not on the brink of nuclear war. Actually, we're more likely to be at nuclear war if Russia takes Ukraine than Ukraine fighting Russia. If you guys don't know that. Because they're going to have a fight with Poland. But that's a whole nother story.
Tracy is asking, with the Corbell pick, is it classified because it was taken somewhere in the UK, but was on its way to Iraq? So that's why the timestamp is for UK?
Again, that's one of my questions. My huge questions was about that timestamp. But I will say that the very existence of that photograph or video means somebody's going to jail if it's real. There's absolutely no way that should exist. I've seen thousands of drone footage and pictures that were classified in my life. Never, ever would you be allowed to share that in any capacity. You're going. Everybody's talking about Biden and Pence and Trump having classified documents. These are nothing burgers. This one, you're going to prison. And that's why I'm like, somebody's going to be in trouble behind closed doors if this is real.
I don't know if you can answer this one. Starfish, is the TR-3B really silent or does it hide its noise?
I really don't know. I can't comment. Don't ask me about assets. I'm not saying it's real or not. I'm just saying just don't even bother asking me specific stuff. It's too much of a gray area for me, and I don't do gray areas.
Well, it's the red hair. You don't have a gray hair like Tim or I do.
I'm just very clear. I'm not messing with it. I'm not getting in trouble. Period. Not worth it.
Any other questions, guys?
Dave is catching this guy. What is Dave catching?
That's my buddy Eugene. You leave Eugene alone.
He says Dave is catching. I'm just curious what it's Eugene, what is he catching? I love this. This is hilarious.
Jonathan Davies, good morning to you, buddy. Test pilot flying the special anti-gravity craft at crazy speeds and crazy turns. How come you were not squished?
Well, I would speculate that there would probably be a different mechanism of travel, but I'll leave it at that.
It's because you're not a pilot in that regard.
Pilot here, I pilot there, whatever.
I don't think your Cessna can make it that far on the G scale.
I was not a test pilot. Random.
Peter,
I like
would you
this
potentially disappear if you spilt all the beans, as in good night?
No, I would potentially go to prison. I would likely go to prison. We'll leave it at that. There would be no disappearance. It would be go to jail, and that's a simple.
Do not collect $200.
They would not send Men in Black to my house. They'd be like, "We know exactly what you did. You're gone. Thanks for playing." That's why I don't play games. When I say no comment, I mean it. I'm not going there. I'm only speculating on my life experience and things that I'm not directly involved with what I did. The only reason you guys even know I'm relevant at all is just to build up the fact that you can trust what I'm saying. Otherwise, you would know nothing. And you still kind of know nothing. It's just the point that you guys need to know that what I'm saying is accurate. And we got to leave it at that.
Mr. Catfish, why would you be flirting with jail time, though?
Who's flirting with jail time?
Well, leading up to what you said about you would, if you broke your NDA.
How am I flirting with it if I just stone cold have a boundary? I'm allowed to talk about you. I'll tell you guys what. I'll say it again out loud. Play it for anybody you want. I've never in my life been briefed on the existence of extraterrestrials or UFOs. No one ever told me don't talk about it. I intend to speak about it because it's pure speculation of my life experience. I will not relate it to anything. And anything I mention to you guys about the military or due process will be something you can look up yourself that you're just probably not familiar with. I'm just tying it all together for you guys of information that's already available at your disposal. I will not be doing things I'm not supposed to do.
Bingo. We're going to go for 5 more minutes here, guys. 5 more minutes. Any other questions for Random Guy? Starfish is asking, why do we have a Space Force now, in your opinion? and not right after Roswell.
Well, you said, I think I touched on this previously. In Roswell, we had what's called the Army Air Corps. And what they discovered was with the proliferation of air power, we needed something else to put the budget. It had to be a line item for the budget. So we developed the Air Force, right? And then for decades, we had the Air Force. But then, of course, what else do we have? Satellites and God knows what else, right? Well, but we know there's at least stuff in space. We don't know what it is, let's say. When those line items run out and they need more money for the budget, they got to the point where they were forced to basically say, okay, we need a space force so we can fund all the satellites and the things we're telling everybody about, and then we can run a black budget for the Space Force and the Air Force and build stuff no one knows about. Because the black budget for the Air Force wasn't enough to sustain what was already basically the Space Force. And that's just common sense. It's nothing special.
Call Me Bob is asking, would you speak to Congress with NDA protection?
I mean, I would, but there's nothing I'm going to tell them they don't know. They know everything I know. I don't know. Here's the crazy part. I don't even know everything. I just know a lot of stuff because the big picture I have for my circumstance, which I can't really explain. But there's people that know a lot more than what I know. But their job is to hide stuff. My job is just to not talk about what I'm not supposed to talk about. Other than that, I'm just a free citizen like you guys, right? I can speculate all day. As long as I stay away from what I'm not supposed to talk about, I can say whatever I want. And so going to Congress, there's nothing. If I did the same way a lot of these freaking dog and pony shows are going on, this disclosure stuff in quotes, it's all a game, you guys. You're not going to learn anything. They already know. They know everything. They're doing these hearings. It's all BS. I don't know how to prove it to you because I can't, but I promise you. As somebody that doesn't give a crap, that doesn't make any money, it's not real. You're not getting anything out of these people. So me speaking to them would mean nothing.
All right. We're going to call it the night right there. And Timmy, thank you for coming on in and hanging on out with us. Random Guy, thank you, my friend, for coming on in and hanging on out. And
Hopefully,
Dave, thank you for coming on in and hanging on out. And
thank you, audience. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And once again, for Random Guy, let him get comfortable in what it's like to ask questions. You know, like Jenny and Thin Lizzy were saying. Hold on, I hear another BS merchant like Lazar has been found and will muddy the waters in Congress. Oh my. Jonathan Davies, what do you got there, you sexy mofo? What do you got there, little Johnny?
Ellis.
Oh my.
I'm a big fan of Mr. Davies.
Some of these guys are in their feelings. Listen, chat, I'm not here to be mean. All right? I'm just telling you guys the facts. If you don't like it, I can't help it. I'm not talking down to you. I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to help. And we will get to your questions if we didn't tonight, because I'll be back.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Dogface Simon in Australia likes you. But anyways, to our audience here, from me, you got to realize for a lot of people who've never done this before and have the NDAs, it's hard at times to figure out answers and how to properly express them. So give Random Guy some chance to get warmed up. He hasn't done this very often. And once he does, he'll be chatting like us, having a good time and chilling on out. And, you know, you'll get used to him. You know, he's like Tim. He's like a fungus that just all of a sudden he's there and he won't go away.
Wow. Wow. I mean,
Hey,
yeah.
if I'm on the level of Timmy, I'm in good company. I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied. I like Timmy.
We get along.
Good old
We get
Timmy.
We get along.
Good old Timmy and Random Guy, and we'll see a bunch of you in Vegas. That's for sure.
Timmy and Random Guy are going to start our own podcast.
And band.
It's going to be the no only cool people allowed podcast, and we're just going to do that.
The
Hey,
Random
all
Guy
I know,
band.
all
Maybe
I know
I'll
is
shave my head.
I want to see you on the triangle and Tim on his piano guitar.
Let's do it.
It's a melodica. Get it right.
Whatever. Good night, everyone. Tomorrow night, first time ever on this show, we are going to have Dr. Gary Nolan. First time ever. I've been working on this interview for over a year. And finally, it happens tomorrow night.
Really
we will
big
talk
shoe.
to you all tomorrow night. Thank you to T2E, Deb, Juan, Frontier ×2, and Steve for the super chats. Let's see you all tomorrow, guys.
Appreciate you.
Take care. Tim and Random Guy, hold on 2 seconds, okay?
Okay.
Gotcha.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.